Reports suggest Iran's supreme leader is not well. Reports quoting Israeli and US intelligence claim Mujtaba Khamenei is unconscious, suffering from serious medical condition. Rail services in Iran's Mashhad have been suspended after Israel issued a warning of possible attacks on train infrastructure. Iranians have been advised to stay away from railway stations. Welcome, you're watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal. We're starting off with some breaking news on top of Prime 5 at this point of time, and this is regarding explosions which have now been reported on Kharg Island. Kharg Island has been struck in fresh Israeli strikes. Now remember, Kharg Island is extremely central to Iran because this is Iran's key oil export hub, and this has now been hit by Israel. This also at a time when the US President Donald Trump has issued a slew of ultimatums saying that we will attack desalination plants. He has earlier also said that US will take over the Kharg Island, but right now Iran's key oil export hub, the Kharg Island in Iran, has been attacked by Israeli strikes, by fresh Israeli strikes. Remember, Iran earlier announced that if US crosses the red line, the response will be beyond the region. Let's go across to my colleague Nazir Masoodi, who's joining me live from Beirut. Nazir, as we are just around 12 hours away from that, from the ultimatum, from Trump's deadline ending, we are seeing back-to-back attacks on key infrastructure, power grids. Now the latest being one of the most essential oil hubs of Iran, the Kharg Island, being attacked by US. Tell us more about this.
Well, Kharg Island is a key to Iran's, energy supplies, and it is from where this is the main terminal where this fly oil. This is the main terminal for the oil supplies. So it is actually the nerve center of when it comes to energy from Iran. And if it is attacked, and Iran would take it much more seriously, they are already threatened that they are going to hit back and hit back very hard. Not only American, but also America's Gulf allies. So it is getting worse. War is expanding unless there's some, what we hear is last-ditch effort, strike a deal and ensure a deal. There are multiple players, including Pakistan, in it. But we see this attack on Kharg Island, which is no center of Iran's oil supplies, the main terminal. And it is clearly a major escalation in this war. It has been targeted earlier also, but this time when everybody was looking to, if there would be some off-ramp, there would be some resolution, because there are efforts. Donald Trump has given a deadline. Now 12 hours are left, though his deadlines keep changing. We don't know whether this will change also, or he's going to actually act tough. But he has claimed that Iran has clearly said we can't be scummed by threats, and there has been certain positive indications. For example, Iran's ambassador in Pakistan talking about a crucial and very important, stage of this negotiation or mediation, which is taking place, which is giving indication Iran may be actually thinking about some possible resolution.
Right, Nazir.
They have given their demand points. US has already given that, but we have to see also Israel is there. While Israel and US are using the same means targeting Iran, but both have different outcomes in mind.
Right, Nazir, of course, you've given us a lowdown of where things stand, but I also want to understand that in the last 30-odd minutes, there have been back-to-back attacks on power grids, energy infrastructure by Iran as well. Iran attacked the power grid in Saudi Arabia and also in Dimona in Israel. And now, Kharg Island, which is known as the crown jewel of Iran, has been attacked by Israel. Iran has also said that restraint is over. Now, US will feel the effects beyond the borders of their own countries. How do you see the situation panning out? Do you think there will be any kind of diplomacy? Because looking at the state of affairs, it only seems like the situation is only escalating by the hour.
Well, it could be, one can read it both ways. Attacks are taking place, very horrible attacks, and Iran is hitting back everywhere where it can and where it wants to do. But the fact is, when we see these very strong statements, whether it is now the IRGC statement and talking about hitting at the Gulf countries and the US allies. These are clearly, when the negotiations are on, and these are last-ditch efforts, nobody want to be seen they are weaker and they have succumbed. And both sides are actually making that posturing. Because what we hear from here, that it has reached at a very critical stage. There's a serious negotiation taking place. A breakthrough is possible, but clearly there are more, stronger, forces who actually want to derail it. Some countries clearly don't want it to happen. There are really forces who don't want to happen. There are also very hardline voices in Iran itself. There's very hardliner approach from the,
Yes.
Israel. We see series of statements, very provocative statement by the US president as well. We'll have to see what will happen in next few hours. I think there would be some sort of clarity why it is going, which way it is heading, would it be worse, or there would be some pause in this war.
Right, Nazir, and we'll get that answer in 12 odd hours from now, but thanks for getting us the latest. Stay with us, Nazir. We'll come back to you in the next breaking news as well. All right, this is regarding the attack on the Israeli consulate in Turkey. Now, the Turkey government on Israeli consulate attack has now released a statement. Turkey government has said 3 attackers have been neutralized. Turkey government goes on to say that 3 attackers have been identified, and the 3 attackers have also been neutralized. This was perhaps a treacherous attack on our soil, and terror attacks will never weaken us. Let's go back to Nazir on this. Nazir, this statement by the Turkish government after there was an attack on the Israeli consulate in Istanbul in Turkey. And now, remember, Turkey is also one of the major countries which was perhaps going forward with diplomacy, with diplomatic talks between Iran and Israel. But this attack, this heinous attack on the Israeli consulate in Turkey, how do you see that? Will this perhaps derail any kind of negotiations moving forward, and perhaps not let countries like Turkey be mediators?
Well, Turkey is a very, very important or rather key player in this whole mediation, and which is maintaining. It is a NATO member. It is a very close relation with Pakistan and also Saudi Arabia, and also maintains a good relation with Israel, Iran as well. So at this time, there's an attack outside the consulate of Israeli consulate. So clearly, Turkey calling it as a treacherous attack, and clearly they would be seeing who is behind this, who are these attackers, and there would be so many ideologies or the groups who could be behind it. It's not attacks in Turkey has not been new. It has faced terror attacks before also, but it happening at this time when Turkey is actually playing a key role in coordination with Saudi Arabia, with Pakistan, with Qatar. They have been trying to do whatever is possible. As I was talking earlier, that there would be forces who want to derail it, fail this whole process, so that this whole region is engulfed in much more horrible war. And these are, as I said, these are last-ditch efforts by different players who want some sort of ceasefire before the final resolution. There are many proposals which have been put forward by the mediators, by both countries, Iran and US, and also the Gulf nations. Many people want this to end, this horrible war to end, but there are forces, strong forces who want to derail it, and this attack could be part of that, derailing
Right.
effort by the forces who want this whole process to fail.
Right, Nazir, stay with us. Let's go across to Aditya for more on this. Aditya, of course, we broke this story a few minutes back on the show, and now there's a big statement from Turkey saying that terror attacks will never weaken us, and perhaps calling this a heinous attack. But I want to ask the same question. How will this affect mediation moving forward? This also at a time when we've been seeing back-to-back attacks on power grids, on also essential energy infrastructure, when we're just 12 hours away from Trump's deadline.
That's right. While there has been a terror attack and certainly a strong statement coming in from Turkey as well, but all eyes are on the Trump press conference, on what Trump really says and what will be the, what will happen next in Iran. Of course, the debate has shifted more from Iran towards the Strait of Hormuz, but now Trump has obviously said that there will be further attacks on power grids and also bridges all across Iran. More devastation. Could we possibly see a more brutal phase of the US operation in Iran now? Of course, what happened in Turkey will have ramifications really, because this could be possibly an attempt of messaging on Turkey is trying its mediation towards a peaceful process between US and Israel and Iran, but clearly there is no headway that has been achieved in the past. It's been almost 40 days of the relentless war in the Middle East, and now there could be possibility of further escalation in the military conflict and the war between these warring factions. Possibly when the deadline ends tomorrow morning, we could see more action. But now, while there have been efforts put in by some countries, doesn't seem like there will be any kind of headway. This terror attack, of course, was thwarted. There wasn't any kind of civilian casualties. 3 of those terrorists and gunmen have been killed. There are 2 policemen who are injured, but the attempt was to perhaps attack the Israeli consulate, even though there was no staff at present that was available there. Israeli Foreign Ministry certainly will be going into the details of which group is affiliated with this, whether there is any affiliation with Iran or any of the factions associated with Iran and their proxies, but we haven't seen the end of the war. There could be further escalation that we haven't seen yet. And Rahisha, as we have been speaking over the last couple of hours, every possible minute there are new developments taking shape. So
yes,
the war is changing, and perhaps we haven't seen the worst yet.
Right, Aditya, stay with us. I want to go back to Nazir. Nazir, while Aditya also spoke of how what happened in Turkey will have major ramifications, we've heard that statement from Iran also saying that restraint is over, and if US crosses the red line, then there will be no looking back, and Iran will continue attacking major US assets and infrastructure in the Gulf region as well. But Nazir, you're joining us live from Beirut. What is the situation there? Because we've also been witnessing how there's been a continuous fight between the IDF and between the IDF and the Hezbollah in Lebanon.
Well, IDF is trying to make advance. They have made advance in the south of Lebanon. A number of villages have been flattened. It is like the Gaza playbook. And we have seen here that village after village is being destroyed. And actually, Israel wants to capture these so that they don't face more attacks in future, because they have been facing relentless attacks from the Hezbollah. Hezbollah is using missiles and rockets targeting north of Israel, and which is causing casualties there and destruction of property and life there in Israel. So Israel is making advances, but there's pushback from Hezbollah. Hezbollah is fighting back. They have actually slowed Israeli advances in south of Lebanon. But if we talk about the larger thing, almost there's daily massive bombings, destruction of homes, key infrastructure. While we see this may be the just war between the Israel and this Hezbollah, but it is Lebanon and people of Lebanon who bear the brunt, who face the worst consequences of this war. 1.2 million people have been displaced. More than now about 1,500, according to Health Ministry, have been killed, and more than 4,500 have been injured. So it is getting worse, and there's no end in sight, particularly in Lebanon. And as far as Iran's point of view, if they want a comprehensive peace and the ceasefire, which also includes ceasefire with Lebanon and Hezbollah.
Right. Thank you, Aditya and Nazir. But I request Nazir to stay with us for next breaking news as well. And this is again regarding the kind of attacks which is taking place right now. Israeli strike has now hit an Iranian railway bridge. It's the Kharg railway bridges which have now been targeted in Iran. 2 killed in Kashan railway bridge attack as well. Meanwhile, the deputy governor said that the strike hit the bridge. This is the Iran's deputy governor, which has said that the strike hit bridge near Iran's Qom. This at a time when, remember, the US President Donald Trump had said that we will attack bridges, we will attack power plants in Iran if the Strait of Hormuz is not reopened. And just yesterday, Trump said that Tuesday will be the day of bridges and power plants. And here we are. We have those visuals of the attacks on various important bridges of Iran. We also showed you some key targets, some key bridges which Iran can attack. This on the screen right now is the Kashan railway bridge, which has now been attacked in Iran. 2 people have been killed. This is the Israeli strike, which has hit Iranian railway bridges. Early in the day, we also heard the Israeli Prime Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu issuing that warning that IDF will attack key bridges in Iran. Let's go across to Nazir for more on this. Nazir, why we spoke about the regional spillover, we spoke about the power grids coming under attack, but right now, key civilian infrastructure being attacked by Israel, which very well goes against the Geneva Convention, Nazir.
Well, it's not any ordinary railway. This railway, Trans-Iranian Railway, in 2021, UNESCO has declared it as a World Heritage Site. And Iran has asked UNESCO to condemn this threat. Now we see it appears the threat has been executed, as you mentioned that railway bridge has been targeted. So it's not ordinary, railway line. Targeting railway line is most horrible, and there has been reports of now the casualties there as well. Iran had, Israel, issued a warning this morning, an urgent evacuation, asking people not to use these railways till 9 p.m. Iranian time, and they say, which was clear indication now the Iranian rail will be targeted, and now there are reports that one rail bridge has been targeted. Iran has clearly said they are going to hit back. So if it is going to continue like this, it is going to get much worse even before the deadline of US President Donald Trump, even before those 12 hours, because it can't get worse than that when you see the railways being targeted and the bridge has already been targeted, which is also a UNESCO, this World Heritage Site as well.
Right, Nazir, thanks for joining us. Stay safe there in Beirut. We will be tracking the story very closely with you. All right, now, shifting our focus, Iran has slammed the US President Donald Trump over his threats, saying that Iran can be taken out tomorrow, and has now issued a strong worded warning to Trump. Iran has said that Trump has less than 20 hours to surrender to Iran, or his allies will be sent to the Stone Age. This, of course, comes after the US President Donald Trump issued a sharp warning to Iran, saying that the entire country could be wiped out in one night. That's the statement which Trump gave yesterday during his military briefing. Now, all these remarks come as Trump hailed what he called a historic and high-risk rescue mission deep inside Iran. According to him, the operation lasted 7 hours and involved over 150 aircraft, including HH-60W Jolly Green 2 helicopters and multiple bombers. Trump further alleged a leak from within the administration compromised the mission, warning that any mole responsible will be identified and punished.
The entire country can be taken out in one night, and that night might be tomorrow night.
A day after the U.S. rescued an F-15 pilot hiding deep in Iranian territory, U.S. President Donald Trump revealed dramatic new details of the high-stakes mission, while warning Iran to comply to his Tuesday deadline or face harsh consequences.
Within hours, our armed forces deployed 21 military aircraft, and I ordered the U.S. Armed Forces to do whatever was necessary to bring our brave warriors back home. A risky decision, because we could have ended up with 100 dead as opposed to 1 or 2. It's a hard decision to make. But in the United States military, we leave no American behind. We don't do it. This is a critical period, but we're giving them till tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time, and after that, they're going to have no bridges, they're going to have no power plants. Stone Ages, yeah.
Trump revealed the details of the multi-phase mission, combining over 100 aircraft, special forces and deception tactics used to outmaneuver Iranian forces searching for the downed airmen.
The second rescue mission involved 155 aircraft. We were bringing them all over, and a lot of it was subterfuge. We wanted to have them think he was in a different location, because they had a vast military force out there. Thousands of people were looking.
U.S. officials said that the success of the rescue mission has dealt a major blow to Iran, with intelligence reports suggesting Iranian forces were left humiliated after failing to stop the operation.
CIA executed a deception campaign to confuse the Iranians, who were desperately hunting for our airmen. Following the successful exfiltration on Saturday night, our intelligence reflects that the Iranians were embarrassed and ultimately humiliated by the success of this audacious rescue mission.
But even as he praised the operation, Trump lashed out at the media, including the journalist who first reported the downing of the aircraft, threatening legal action if they don't reveal their sources and accusing the reporter of endangering the officer and his rescuers.
We have to find that leaker because that's a sick person. They put this mission at great risk.
Meanwhile, U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth described the conditions under which the rescue unfolded, with the downed airmen surviving for nearly 2 days inside hostile territory before finally being brought out safely.
Shot down on a Friday, Good Friday, hidden in a cave, a crevice, all of Saturday, and rescued on Sunday. Flown out of Iran as the sun was rising on Easter Sunday.
Trump also took the opportunity to again call on the Iranian people to rise against the regime, declaring that the people of Iran seek freedom and that the US is firmly on their side. A daring rescue, a public warning, and a ticking deadline. The world now watches with bated breath to see what happens next. Bureau Report, NDTV.
So with the deadline approaching in just 12 hours from now, what exactly are Trump's options? Because he said that I can wipe out Iran in one single day. First, let's get through option number one, which is large-scale bombing of Iran's power plants, bridges and transport system. This is what Trump has been adamant on. What is the aim? Aim, cripple economy, force regime change. But what are the risks? Accusations of war crimes and wider regional war. Because remember, dismantling civil infrastructure very well goes against the Geneva Convention. Option number two, more airstrikes on naval bases, missile sites, and even mine depots. What is the aim here? Again, the aim is to reopen shipping by force, not negotiations, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. What are the risks? Iran may target tankers and vessels in the strait, which it has been doing, because Iran has clearly said no to any of the Israeli or the US tankers to cross the Strait of Hormuz. Third option, ground invasion of Kharg Island. We just heard the loud explosions by the US on Kharg Island. So this is the third option. What is the aim? To extract oil. Remember, Trump had earlier said that I don't mind selling Iran's oil to the world. Risks, Iran has fortified the island and there are, of course, various mines around the Kharg Island. Now, the next option is last-minute diplomatic pivot, 45-day ceasefire, 45-day ceasefire, which is also now being discussed. The aim is back-channel talks and to delay escalation. But what are the risks? Chances of deal with Iran at this point in time is slim, because Iran has clearly rejected the 45-day ceasefire plan proposed. Then, next, declare victory and de-escalate. This is also what Trump could do. What is the aim here? To indicate willingness to end the war without fully reopening the strait. And the risks, this will send global oil shock, continues with the Strait of Hormuz, which is now the flashpoint of the ongoing war, being shut. So at this point of time, these are some of the major options that Trump has. But let's tell you more about where do things stand today as the war has entered day 39. Let's take you through Trump's deadline to Iran. Now, in the last few days, Trump has said deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Apart from that, he said can take out Iran in one night. Also claims US has its plan ready to completely dismantle and destroy Iran. Trump has also said that every bridge and power plant at risk in Iran. This also includes oil wells and power plants. But with all these ultimatums and warnings issued, what has Iran said so far? Iran has rather called Trump's threat baseless. Iran has gone further, calling the US president delusional. Then, Iran has warned of stronger retaliation as well and has said unfair and aggressive war against Iran at this point of time. Now, with Trump saying that I will attack bridges, power grids, infrastructure, will this amount to a war crime? That's the million-dollar question. Yes, targeting civil infrastructure is also under scrutiny. Questions are being raised against that because this very well violates the international humanitarian law. Apart from that, this also goes against the Geneva Convention. We say that because the Geneva Convention clearly prohibits any kind of attacks on civilian infrastructure. Then should also be protected. Geneva Convention says that civilian infrastructure should be protected and essential services cannot be targeted. Hence, attacking all of them can violate the Geneva Convention rule. Let's now take you through what are the objects which are indispensable to survival, which are under Geneva Convention, which cannot be attacked. First, desalination plants. Second, food supply infrastructure. And lastly, civilian infrastructure, which very well Trump wants to target in Iran. Staying on with our continuous coverage of the ongoing war now, amid the raging war, Iran has now tabled a tough list of demands to end the conflict, including formal sovereignty over the Strait of Hormuz, reparations for damages, guarantees against future attacks, and a halt to the killing of its officials. Tehran has formally outlined its core demands to end the conflict. These include, number one, a permanent end to the war, an immediate ceasefire to halt all hostilities, full repayment for reconstruction of damages caused by the fighting, along with related other guarantees and compensation. Apart from that, in a fresh show of defiance amid the ongoing Iran war, Iran's Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei declared that assassinations will not disrupt Iran and crimes will not disrupt our armed forces. The question is, who will blink first? That remains unclear.
Been negotiating, I think, in good faith. We've had total regime change. You know, the people there now are much more reasonable than the lunatics that you had in phase one and phase two. They were lunatics. The people that we're negotiating with now on behalf of Iran are much more reasonable. You can call it what you want, but I call it regime change, and I think most people are giving us credit for that. The first regime was taken out, the second regime was taken out. Now the third group of people that we're dealing with is not as radicalized, and we think they're actually much smarter.
War in the Middle East is now entering day 39 and tensions are only escalating. The war may see a new phase as US-Israel expand their target list in Iran as deadline set by Donald Trump is fast approaching. But Iran has outright signaled no willingness to step back. As per reports, Pentagon war planners are now revising the list of Iranian energy sites it can target. American and Israeli warplanes search for new targets after 5 weeks of around-the-clock strikes on military sites. Meanwhile, the US Air Force crews have already begun pre-flight checks on B-2 bombers, indicating that options on the table are now expanding. Meanwhile, Israeli military has issued a warning to Iranians to avoid taking trains in Iran, as train stations could likely be struck in IDF strikes. And we saw that massive strike on key important bridges in Iran as well by Israel. Iran has also responded by targeting US military positions with repeated explosions reported near American hideouts in Erbil. Well, slipping into a very short break, but come right back. News and updates about the war continues here on Prime 5.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola, India's leading AI smartphone brand. Motorola Signature, India's #1 camera phone. Grab Motorola Signature today.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूम सफल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval. The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj call. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kharg area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come. Tamil Nadu votes decisive, uniquely the way it does.
Politics, power and cinema and all of that in an unprecedented Dravidian script.
This is not an election easy to call. It never has been.
And unravel grassroots conversations with the voices that matter.
That's why we travel across Tamil Nadu to get you the real picture. From the OG of Indian elections comes the next big political blockbuster.
Because
Tamil Nadu
votes only the way Tamil Nadu does. Tamil Nadu elections on India's original election voice.
From the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
इनको यहाँ से जाना ही होगा।
जय मां दुर्गा! आज क्यों रोए?
There is no bigger battle in 2026. And nobody has reported Bengal like I have. Buckle up for an unforgettable election thriller. Will the BJP breach Mamta's fortress?
TMC जावे, BJP आसपे.
Can Didi fight off her life's biggest challenge?
बीजेपी डबल इंजिन सरकार ए लड़ाई बास्ते होबे.
Battleground Bengal with Manogya Loiwal. All right, welcome back. In other news, suspense continues over whereabouts of Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei. As per US and Israeli intel reports, Iran's new supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, is incapacitated and receiving medical treatment in the holy city of Qom. According to an intelligence assessment which suggests he is not capable of running the country. In fact, last night, Iran's supreme leader, Mujtaba Khamenei, declared that assassinations will not disrupt Iran and crimes will not disrupt our armed forces. Who will blink first remains unclear. This message came after Trump's warning to Iran. Let's now tell you more about the viral Mujtaba theories. Remember, since the onset of the war, Mujtaba Khamenei has not given a public address, though we've heard about his addresses, but it's always been online or perhaps recorded. So what are the conspiracy theories regarding him? Number one, the first report suggests that he is not well, receiving medical treatment. Second, he's unconscious and he's not involved in any kind of decision-making regarding the war which is continuing. The third viral theory, US sources suggest that he has been injured in the same strike as that which killed his father, the former supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Then, next report suggests that he's perhaps been flown abroad for treatment. But this has clearly been denied by Iran, which says that Mujtaba Khamenei is very well in Iran. So, questions whether he is alive or not. That's the last theory, because Mujtaba Khamenei has not given any public address. There's a big question mark on whether he's even alive or not. So, let's study more about him. Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of the late supreme leader, took charge after his father was killed in US-Israeli strikes. But weeks into the war, one question dominates global headlines. Where is Iran's new supreme leader?
Mujtaba Khamenei, a shadowy cleric long seen as the power behind the throne, is now officially Iran's supreme leader. He took over on March 8 days after his father was killed in a precision strike at the start of the war. But unlike his predecessors, he has not been seen in public even once. Iran says he is alive and inside the country, staying out of sight due to wartime security risk. Yet speculation is rampant. United States sources claim he may have been injured in the same strike that killed his father. Some reports suggested that he was flown abroad for treatment. Denied by officials, others even questioned whether he is still alive at all. Despite the rumors, Tehran insists Khamenei is running the war from secure, undisclosed locations.
A lot of people are saying that he's badly disfigured. They're saying that he lost his leg, the one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy.
What's striking is how Mujtaba Khamenei is communicating. No rallies, no public speeches. Instead, written statements read on state television. Analysts say this points to a leader operating from bunkers or a secret war command network.
کودتای دیماه بود که آمریکا و نظام صهیونی به تصور اینکه مردم ایران در اثر مشکلات اقتصادی تحمیل شده.
In his first message after taking power, Khamenei struck a defiant tone, vowing to continue the fight against the United States and its allies. Declared Iran's enemies are being defeated in the war. Vowed to continue attacks across the region, including Gulf targets. Reaffirmed support for Iran-backed groups targeting the United States forces. Thanked Iraqi groups for backing Iran's war effort. Despite these messages, one thing is missing: proof of life. There are no recent public images, no live addresses. Only audio and written statements. That absence has fueled a growing belief. Iran's most powerful man is either deeply concealed or seriously incapacitated. Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, we're getting you some breaking news at this point of time, and this is regarding Trump's big warning to Iran. Trump has issued another warning to Iran at this point of time before his deadline approaches. And we will tell you in moments from now what that big warning to Iran is right now. But this is before his 13-hour deadline to reopen the Strait of Hormuz is coming over. I'm reading out the warning now. A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. I'm reading out the big warning by the US President Donald Trump to Iran. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionarily wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. So this is one huge statement given out by the US President Donald Trump, which he released on Truth Social, where he says that there are some good people in the regime there in Iran and there could be some kind of talks. So he's not clearly refuting any kind of talks with Iran, but he is saying that who knows, we will find that out tonight, saying further that something revolutionarily can happen. So this is another warning, perhaps a message to Iran that the US President Donald Trump has rather given out, where he's also asserted that the whole civilization can die tonight. But then he again goes on to say that there's been a total regime change and there's smarter and less radicalized people prevailing. Then something might happen, who knows? Let's go across to my colleague Aditya Rajkol, joining me live from the newsroom. Aditya, that statement by the US President Donald Trump, where on one hand he says that US can completely dismantle Iran in one night. Then on the other hand he says there's been a new regime and something nice can happen, who knows? How do you read that statement before the deadline approaches?
Well, Rahisha, clearly a mixed message by Trump, but let's remember, this is one of the biggest threats that Trump has issued ever since the beginning of the war. Let's focus on the first sentence of the statement itself. And we are breaking this first on NDTV. US President Donald Trump, hours before the deadline ends, has issued a massive threat against Iran's government and the top leadership. Donald Trump says a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Now, he goes on to explain the statement in greater detail, but it's a mixed messaging. He has been saying that Iran wants ceasefire, but then he continues to threaten as well. There is no dialogue that is taking place, no structured dialogue at least. There might be a back channel, but now US President Donald Trump has been putting pressure on Iran to come on the dialogue table, to accept the deal on the terms of the US administration. That clearly hasn't happened. The Iranian government has been mocking Trump left, right and center. In fact, the missiles that have been sent to Israel and the US bases in the region have Trump marking and cartoons all over it. So now US President Donald Trump saying that a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again, has serious repercussions clearly. Is he saying that, there would be possibility of a more brutal phase of Operation Epic Fury? One will only be clear in the next few hours when he comes to address post the deadline ends. But yes, he goes on to say, I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now we have complete and total regime change where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail. Maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. God bless the great people of Iran. Now, he's also, Rahisha, giving a kind of an indication that there's a new government in power, although the government remains the same. The Ayatollah has only changed. It's the same President Pezeshkian, it's the same Foreign Minister Araghchi, who has been, in fact, in communication through Steve Witkoff with the US government and other intermediaries in the region, including perhaps Qatar, Turkey, Egypt and Pakistan as well. But the bigger question really is this pressure tactics by Trump, a classic example of a diplomatic pressure tactic before he could decide on the next phase of the attacks, or does he have something really incredible in store? Perhaps some kind of a peace deal or some kind of a negotiation he might be indulged in. But certainly a major threat being issued by US President Donald Trump. This possibly hasn't happened in the last many, many years. Possibly Obama's threat against, Osama bin Laden, others, but, threatening a country, threatening a nation with such civilization perhaps hasn't happened in many, many years.
Right, Aditya, but like you also mentioned, will this pressure tactic work on Iran? Because we are witnessing a mixed messaging. On one hand, he says that a whole civilization will die tonight. On the other hand, he rather praises the new regime, saying that they're less radicalized minds and something might come out of it. But keeping these various ultimatums that Trump has been issuing, Iran does not seem to settle down. Iran right now also said, the Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian said that I'm ready to martyr for Iran. How do you see this ultimatum actually impacting Iran, if not at all?
Well, certainly, people out there in Iran, the Iranian government, be it the president, the foreign minister, or the parliament speaker, have been relentlessly speaking against Trump. The narrative in Iran is very much clear that we will not succumb under the theatrics and the drama that Trump has unleashed against Iran. They are very much saying that the missiles that US is throwing at us, we will respond in equal or more brutal measure against the US bases, energy infrastructure, and even against Israel. But the question really is that how long will this continue? What will be the end game and the exit strategy of US President Donald Trump? We've been waiting for a word from Trump on what his next strategy would be. He spoke yesterday for more than 1.5 hours along with his CIA chief and the military chiefs as well, apart from the Pentagon chief. But clearly the next phase hasn't been sounded in detail on what the strategy really will be. There has been mixed messaging that has been coming in. Trump clearly trying to indicate victory over Iran, saying that Iran is desperate for ceasefire and talks. But the message that's coming in from Tehran is very much different. They're saying that the war will continue. We are not ready for ceasefire, and we will hit you back in equal measure in such a way that you will not be able to attack us anytime in future. So certainly a very strong retaliation and very strong stance by Iran as well in this 40-day long war. But will this end in the next few hours, or will this enter a new phase of much more brutal violence and killings as well? One will have to watch very, very carefully. But new threat by Donald Trump, something that Iran will not accept, and certainly there could be a strong retaliation from Iran to this statement as well.
He goes on to say something revolutionary can happen, and God bless the great people of Iran. But like you also mentioned, Aditya, that Iran is adamant on not settling down with what Trump wants. But what perhaps are the next options? Because we are witnessing a lot of desperation and frustration from the US President Donald Trump's latest warning. Just a day ago, he used profanity and cuss words, and now this mixed messaging. What perhaps can he do if Iran does not concede to Trump's threats?
Spurs IRGC has also issued a statement that, I will not obviously use that word, but IRGC said that such words are the reality of the White House and the people who are within those walls. So certainly hitting out at Trump and the Trump administration, the IRGC not looking the other way. So clearly there are not many options that Trump has. He's desperate to end the war. He's certainly under pressure to look at some kind of an exit strategy that he does not have right now. It does also seem that Trump in a way is trapped. So we'll have to wait and watch how things unfold on that front. But looking at the strategy that Iran has adopted, it has not accepted any kind of the ceasefire proposals that have come their way. Remember, Pakistan just 2 days ago had reached out to the Iranian foreign minister with a proposal for peace, saying that all hostilities should end, the Strait of Hormuz should be open, free for all, and then within 20 days there could be a broader consensus on a peace agreement or ceasefire. That clearly has been rejected by Iran. Iran does not want the Pakistani proposal that was called the Islamabad Accord, does not find it to be acceptable. And now Iran has given its own version of a proposal to US, which means that the Iran wants US to end hostilities completely and give security guarantees that no future war will be launched against Iran, and also pay for the damages for the kind of attacks that US has unleashed against Iran, be it in energy infrastructure, oil refineries, or even civilian areas all across Iran. So there is a stalemate. stalemate. The US is never going to pay for the reconstruction in Iran. That is possibly clear. And certainly there is no consensus that is emerging at this stage. So it's a kind of a diplomatic nightmare for the entire Middle East, where many countries are completely engulfed. But the press conference by Donald Trump in the next few hours, perhaps 10 to 15 hours from now, will be very important and significant.
Absolutely, Aditya. We'll have to see after Trump's most unsettling threat to Iran. But thanks for getting us the latest on that. On that note, we slip into a very short break, but come right back. News and updates continues here on NDTV 24/7.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Will the rising sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu. Here we come.
Days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly, people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shivarur, NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal. What's happening?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Saigal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
talk about anxiety.
औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
Change the game because there's no game.
Young voices
To make India
big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा.
We want to be entrepreneurs.
live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mojtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mojtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade making all the decisions.
They are fighting an asymmetric battle. Does this, in a sense, force Israel and the United States to think about an off-ramp?
The Iranian regime has been using asymmetric warfare against Israel for the last 3 decades. We have to make sure that their capability to do so diminishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, for speaking to us. We've heard of how Iran was planning to assassinate President Donald Trump.
Iran has tried to assassinate Donald Trump. They've tried to assassinate me too because of the successful strike against Qasem Soleimani, then the head of the Quds Force.
The voices that matter speak first and exclusive to NDTV.
YouTube doesn't have a favorite news channel. It has 3. NDTV 24/7, India's #1 English news channel. NDTV India, India's #1 Hindi news channel. NDTV Profit, India's #1 English business news channel.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Nationwide at 6 on NDTV. I am Ankit Tyagi. Ladies and gentlemen, we had planned a full show, but Donald Trump has just dropped possibly one of the biggest threat, not just against Iran, but the entire civilization. It's not against the Iranian regime. Donald Trump on Truth Social has gone ahead and has put out the biggest threat so far. Donald Trump has said on Truth Social, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. I don't want that to happen, but it probably will. However, now that we have complete and total regime change, where different, smarter and less radicalized minds prevail, maybe something revolutionary, wonderful can happen. Who knows? We will find out tonight. One of the most important moments in the long and complex history of the world. 47 years of extortion, corruption and death will finally end. God bless the people of Iran. This is what the President of United States has said. And ladies and gentlemen, it has thrown every rule out of the window, every possibility at this moment being discussed. Let me very quickly go across to Managing Editor, NDTV, Shiv Arur, who's joining us on this very big story. Also from Tel Aviv, Pradeep Datta, my colleague. Shiv, we have heard many threats. We'll bomb you to Stone Age, so and so forth. But the kind of language which has been used, this is possibly the biggest direct threat, not just against the Iranian regime, but an entire country that Donald Trump has sent out.
You know, the words that Trump, Hegseth and others have been using for the last 6-7 days, Ankit, have pretty much been building up to this point. Like you rightly said, they talked about bombing Iran to the Stone Age. Then they talked about raining hell, the use of expletive words, and now saying an entire civilization will die. You have to, first of all, acknowledge the huge amount of verbal gymnastics that is baked into this one post. He says, a civilization will die. I don't want to do it, but I probably will. You have the time to pull back on this, but that time is past. This is an evil regime that has been corrupt for 47 years, but the people in charge now are much less radicalized. There is a contradiction, Ankit, in practically every line of this Truth Social post, which tells me that rather than unsettling and troubling threat of nuclear warfare or some kind of apocalyptic attack, this is actually a huge pressure tactic by Trump with just a few hours to go before that deadline expires. It also indicates to me, Ankit, that the United States doesn't hold many cards on the crucial issue of the Strait of Hormuz, and perhaps Trump believes that an escalating level of rhetoric and warning might somehow give the Iranians the impression that he is willing to carry out his words and actually demonstrate devastating use of force. So far, it has been used in pockets. We've seen escalations in terms of hitting power plants, universities. You've been in Israel, so you know what that escalation has looked like as well. We understand that there was an explosion on Kharg Island today. So the situation is extremely volatile, and I think he's counting on that rhetoric to somehow change the Iranian mind. But so far, Ankit, I think the key point is there are no indications that the Iranians are willing to back down.
Shiv, before I go to Pradeep, because, even at the time when Donald Trump was speaking about some sort of truce or ceasefire or giving this time to Iranians, the Israeli government and especially the Prime Minister was absolutely against this idea. But do you see this as some sort of a desperate move to try and instigate once again hope that the people in Iran take to the streets, there is a regime change? Because this was the foremost stated goal as far as this entire war is concerned, which has not happened so far.
38 days of a military campaign by the most powerful country on earth, and two things not happening. One, a complete decapitation of the regime, and two, the people of Iran organically rising up and toppling that regime. Those two initial war objectives, Ankit, have not only not been achieved, but almost the opposite is happening. A much more, resolved, emboldened, galvanized kind of regime appears to be holding off the Americans, especially in the Strait of Hormuz. We don't know what's happening in Iran. I have to be very honest about this. There's a lot of suppression going on in terms of information. We don't know what the people of Iran actually believe. But from at least what is being allowed to come out through some channels and some sources, it doesn't appear that there is some great uprising or movement against the regime. Right now, the country appears to be in some ways galvanized against the external threat rather than the domestic grievances against the earlier regime. So that is the kind of counter force this war may have had against Iran. But now that the war is 38 days in, Trump is adding these deadlines one after the other and hoping that escalatory language and escalatory use of force, both things will somehow be a game changer. But I have my doubts about whether this is going to force the Iranians to step back on Hormuz, because that is the key issue, Ankit.
Absolutely. Pradeep, let me bring him as well. He's in Tel Aviv at this moment. Pradeep, the continuous threats, last few days, you've been there. I've been watching it from, all the various groups that we have been following there. There has been an escalation from the Iranian side as well. Important petrochemical plant near Dimona has been hit. The volley of the missiles, the number of the barrage has also increased, as you've been reporting in Haifa, in Tel Aviv. What are people making of this threat, and what is the plan as far as the government of Israel is concerned?
See, Ankit, there are two things, because when war started, there were two objectives which Donald Trump had been talking about. The two objectives had been, one was the political objective, and other was the military objective that even Shiv had been talking about. The political objective was they wanted a regime change, which they haven't succeeded, and the military objective was they wanted to wipe out their military and also the ballistic missile capability that they are having. But they haven't succeeded in that. Even after 38 days, we have seen that they retained the power to retaliate. Even today, we have seen that they are hitting out at several positions in Israel, and also their allies are being targeted by Iran off and on, because tit-for-tat attacks are continuing. So that's really a worrying thing for Donald Trump. And so far as his rhetoric is concerned, that aggressive posture that he's taking and the kind of a language he's using, nobody is taking him seriously so far as Iran is concerned. Because reason being that we have seen over the period of time, he's not only changing timeline, but he has also changed the goalposts. Sometimes he says that he wants a regime change. Sometimes he said, no, we don't want any kind of a regime change. But automatically the regime has changed because Ayatollah Khamenei is killed and the second rung leadership is no more there. So third rung of of leadership is there that is not more radicalized. So there are so many contradictions and confusion whenever he's giving a statement. And that's one of the reasons that Iran has said that these statements are not going to make them scum. So they are going to hit them harder where it's going to hurt them most. Already we have seen that they have started carrying out attack on some of their allies. And even since morning, they had fired several rockets in the northern side also. And even their proxies have started raising their heads like Hezbollah as well as Houthis. They have started targeting northern Israel as well as southern Israel. That is right now going on. So situation of ground continues to remain dim. Let's see what really is going to happen. But one thing is there, that there are two things which is more important. The United Nations has once again failed. They have acted as a mute spectator. They haven't played the role what they should have been playing. The second thing is that we have seen that the negotiation is not working. The dialogue and diplomacy has totally failed. And definitely if the dialogue and diplomacy is not working, it is going to be death and destruction all around. Let's see what really is going to happen once the deadline is going to expire at 5:30 Indian Standard Time. Let's see how the things are really going to unfold.
Later tonight, the deadline that Donald Trump has said expires, but there is another breaking news which is coming in. The escalation ladder. We are speaking about how the attacks have increased. There have been attack on Iran's most valued, in fact, asset, the Kharg Island. This is the hub of their oil exports, their oil industry. Reports suggest that 50 military targets have been hit on the Kharg Island, and Iran's oil lifeline has been hit by United States campaign. Shiv, let me bring you in on this. This is, part of the escalation. They have only been threatening to take the Kharg Island. Now there is a huge campaign as far as the Kharg Island is concerned. How do you see this further escalating in view of the threat that Donald Trump has given? Is a ground invasion possible? Is it inevitable?
This is a very serious escalation, Ankit. If these reports that are coming out from Iran that, there have been 90 strikes or targets hit on Kharg Island, that would be even bigger than the first phase of attacks on Kharg Island maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, if you remember. That particular first attack did not dissuade the Iranians. This one is clearly designed to escalate things even further, because after that first attack on Kharg Island, which you rightly described as the small island in the Persian Gulf, which handles 90% of Iran's oil exports, Trump's administration is probably hoping that coupled with the extreme language about destroying an entire civilization, coupled with attacks on the nerve center of Iran's energy exports, might actually be a game changer. The only problem is it hasn't happened so far. Your question about whether this is a precursor to a ground operation, I believe, is the real question. That is what has been building up so far. And in the wake of that F-15 rescue operation a couple of days ago, Ankit, where you saw, large-scale entry of special forces deep inside Iran, it looks like Trump has the political and military momentum and the willingness to try something big. And that may be where these words and these actions are coming from. But I think given that he recognizes the Strait of Hormuz continues to be, a key piece of leverage that he does not have any control over, he may be looking for a very quick off-ramp. And that's why these pressure tactics.
That's a very important point that you're making at this moment. Let me also bring in Nazir Masoodi, our colleague who is joining us from Lebanon at a time when Donald Trump, Nazir, has given a threat to wipe out an entire civilization. And in the same breath, he also, in fact, goes ahead and says, God bless the people of Iran. There are deadlines, there are threats. I just want to understand from you the impact which is this war is also having on Lebanon. Are people, are also bracing in Lebanon for further escalation as far as the attacks are concerned, Nazir?
Well, whatever will happen in Iran will have its impact in Lebanon, because it is the Iran's ally or its proxy, Hezbollah, which is fighting here in Lebanon against Israel, and Israel is targeting them because they don't want Iranian influence in the region. Whether it was, first eliminating the Syrian regime, Assad regime, then now there's a new regime which is anti-Iran now. So because when Iran is talking about ceasefire or the resolution, they are not just talking about Iran. They are talking about their entire region, including Hezbollah here in Lebanon, and also in Libya with Yemen with Houthis. So they are asking for a comprehensive ceasefire and the resolution. Now that Donald Trump's threats are threats, as we know, and no side actually wants to be seen. They have scammed, and it is their defeat. Both sides are saying they have been winning this war, and Trump's threats are also an indication that there could be some sort of action which actually happening to some sort of resolution. Then he can look, these were my threats, and it has worked. Remember when they achieved ceasefire in Gaza. What happened? Trump gave those threats for 24 hours. Do it within 24 hours. Otherwise, we'll destroy entire Gaza and Hamas. So same playbook is being used here as well. Again, very threats and repeated threats. At the same time, what we are hearing that there are serious negotiations, last-ditch efforts to have some sort of resolution. Iran is saying we don't just want a ceasefire, we want a holistic, this resolution so that the country is not attacked again. They are saying there was ceasefire before, but why it was broken? They were talking to US before, but in the middle of talking, they were attacked. So they have their own reservations, and also they are saying if there's any attack on Iran now, as Trump is threatening, there would be attack across Middle East and all its oil facilities, all its energy facilities, and all its breach in the infrastructure. So it is getting worse. If there's no resolution, then tomorrow perhaps would be the horrible day for the whole Middle East, not only for Iran.
Absolutely. It is going to be a difficult time. Very quickly, Pradeep, let me bring you in because the Kharg Island has been attacked. There has been sustained attacks, more than, as Shiv was saying, 90 points or places which have been attacked on this very small island, and there has been retaliation. Iran already has warned of consequences. They have retaliated in Dimona in Israel. Near Dimona, there has been an industrial hub, a petrochemical plant, which has been struck by Iran as well. So there is, at least at this moment, the full retaliation, full might of the Iranian retaliation is coming towards Israel.
Yes, Ankit, you're absolutely right. Tit-for-tat attack from the Iranian side is continuing. If we talk about the Kharg Island, because from day one, the United States of America had been trying to use this island as a bargaining chip. They feel that if they are able to have a control over this island, the same can be used to leverage while discussing about the Strait of Hormuz, because they feel that's the only way they can make Iran lose the control over that region. Otherwise, they will continue with that selective movement of the ships from that particular area. So that's one of the reasons that the 90 sites there had been targeted. And you rightly said this is the economic nerve center and also the oil export center from where 95% of the oil is being exported, because they feel that if this area is attacked, that means the money that they are generating with the export of oil is only making them sustain war. So that's one of the reasons that now what they have started doing is that they have started targeting Dimona. While you were also there, that time also the Dimona was targeted, and now again they have started attacking Dimona with more ferocity, because more and more US and Israel will start targeting Iran. They will start targeting many other places in Middle East, including their allies, because they want to target their economic center, they want to target bridges, they want to target power centers, because what we had been told by the sources is that Ukraine has already provided intelligence input that Russia has provided them the list of the places where they can hit with precision. Because in the last few days, I have also seen that they had been hitting some of those areas with precision. Just a few days back, one of the drone factory was attacked in central Israel. That clearly indicates that there is a coordinate and the intelligence input being provided by Russia that's helping them target all these places. And also we have seen that their aerial defense system has also improved. How all of a sudden this thing has happened? That means they are getting some external help from China and Russia. That's what actually is also worrying United States of America, because more delay means that it will embolden and encourage Iran further, and they will show more resilience and resistance also, because the statement from the US president side keeps on changing.
Pradeep, can I request you to stay on with me? Shiv, just hold on for a moment. I want to play out the response of President Donald Trump. Yesterday, he did a full press conference. Largely, it was aimed, he spoke about at length, him and Pete Hegseth spoke at length about the great, in fact, job that the American Army, the American forces did to try and rescue those pilots. It was largely for the domestic audience, but it has been followed by some serious threats. Let's listen in to what Donald Trump said yesterday.
We can bomb the hell out of them. We can knock them out for a loop. But to close the strait, all you need is one terrorist that somehow has a truck loaded with, because you can carry them in trucks, large trucks, a water mine, drop them in the water, and now you tell people that own ships that cost $1 billion to don't worry about the mine. You can do that even just by saying we put mines in the water. So it's not like the rest. We can knock out their military. We already have. We've knocked out their Navy. We've knocked out their Air Force completely.
What would be your reaction if the Iranian people rise up against their regime during a ceasefire, Mr. President?
Well, they should do it, but again, the consequences are great. I mean, they were told if you protest, you will be shot immediately. You saw what happened to the young wrestler. He was a great champion, by the way. He was a great wrestler, one of the top in the world. All they did was say a little bit about liberty. They wanted liberty, and they were violently executed. We have regime change, but we didn't do this for regime change. We did it for the fact, and my view was very simple. I saw somebody said, oh, he doesn't have a plan. I have the best plan of all, but I'm not going to tell you what my plan is.
Shiv, I want to understand from you to just try and put things in perspective. Donald Trump, and he rightly said one thing, that there is a difference between a military campaign as far as mainland Iran is concerned. But the pinpoint or the pain point for America is the Strait of Hormuz. That is something that is a leverage point. It can't be, won over. He has been again and again asking the allies to join an international coalition to try and open the Strait of Hormuz. The threat that he has put out today, I just want to understand from you, because, you war game these things, day in, day out. If there is a huge attack, we are already seeing power plants being attacked, railway bridges being attacked. What could be Iran's response when they still have control over Strait of Hormuz?
Ankit, the question you ask goes to the absolute core of what the problem is right now, because the United States is convinced that a steady escalation, and a massive use of military force, at some point of time, it will solve the Hormuz problem. Because after all, it is simply down to destroying pretty much everything that Iran has, whether it is cruise missiles or boats or warships or submarines or drones or whatever it is. If you destroy all of it, then the Strait of Hormuz technically gets open. But so far that has not happened, and that is a disturbing sign. It means that Iran has been able to prevail. It means Iran fully recognizes that the Strait of Hormuz has been key to internationalizing this war and not containing it to the Gulf, because every single country on earth is affected with the Strait of Hormuz being policed actively by Iran. They've demonstrated it by actually hitting ships actively, and you've seen that as well from close up, Ankit. Therefore, Iran holding that card, the United States continuing to, bomb ships, destroy the entire navy, hit those coastal positions, try and degrade Iran's command and control after 39 days has not completely wiped out that capability, seems to suggest to the United States that their tactics need to change. That goes to the root of your first question. Does it mean only a ground operation can solve this? That is the $1 or billion question, I should say, because right now they are shipping. They've got 2 ships full of Marines sitting in the Persian Gulf, ready for orders to land on Kharg Island or elsewhere, or the Bandar Abbas port. They've got another artillery brigade that was revealed this morning, Ankit, that's moving towards the war zone. And artillery brigades don't move anywhere unless you need to hit land attack, right? Yeah. They're not there for anything else. So all of this seems to suggest that Trump has been putting all the pieces in place for a large-scale ground offensive, but he still prefers a dignified off-ramp in the form of a deal. I don't think Trump wants to go in on land. I think he still wants to get a deal before having to do that, because, as you said at the beginning, Ankit, a ground operation means hundreds of body bags at any conservative estimate.
That's right, and that is going to be a big problem. Nazir, very quickly, because now we are at the right, the conclusion as far as this segment of the program is concerned. Let me ask you this. Israel is also suffering a lot of damage, as far as the operation in Lebanon is concerned. More or less about 15 soldiers have died. About more than 100 are injured in the ground offensive that they are sustaining or continuing, in Lebanon. In that aspect, do you believe that boots on the ground in Iran, will it have some sort of Israeli military backing as well? Will there be a joint operation with America, or can Israel even afford to put boots on the ground while they are busy in operations as far as Lebanon is concerned?
Well, Israel is busy, in defending itself when it comes within Israel, outside Israel, with Lebanon, with Hezbollah, then Houthis. Would not be possible for Israel to put its boots on ground in Iran. And Iran's biggest asset is geography. It's not for any country, easy for any country, including US, put boots there. And then you have to see it is history, it is culture, it is tradition of sacrifice. So not easy to put boots, and also it's military training. For the last 30 years, Iran has been preparing itself for this. When US and Israel were saying they are going to degrade and defang Iran, just destroy its missile capabilities, drone capabilities, everything. They have shown it 1 month on. They are there. They are showing their capabilities every day. So it's not easy. It's not Venezuela. So this war is not easy for US. It's not easy for Israel, and it's also not easy for the Gulf countries. They are bearing the consequences of this war, and the whole world. And Strait of Hormuz is clearly and firmly in control of Iran. They have shown it. They are not ready to succumb, as we see Iranian statements. And not only statements, whenever there has been an attack on Iran, they have hit back and hitting back harder. And it doesn't seem that they have their missile capabilities have been hit. And they have shown they have much more stockpiles than anyone could have imagined.
Absolutely. Pradeep, in conclusion, let me ask you this, because day before there was a protest in Tel Aviv, in Jerusalem, protesting against Benjamin Netanyahu. Many people believe it's an endless cycle of war since the time his government has been on, at least in this term, in the 4-year term, which ends in October. 3.5 years have been continuous wars. First, of course, in Gaza, then now with Iran, operations in Lebanon. Is there enough public support to put Israeli boots on the ground if it comes to that?
Yeah, I've been interacting with the people of Israel. It's only a handful of people who are not in favor of the war, but most of the people really feel that they had been suffering because of Iran for the last several years, because how their proxies like Houthis, Hezbollah and Hamas, they had been bleeding them 1,000 cuts. So that's one of the reasons they feel that this is a high time that they should take on Iran. See, it's not only Iran that's not in favor of ceasefire. If you try to understand things, even Israel is right now not in favor of ceasefire. What we have got to know from the sources that yesterday Benjamin Netanyahu has called Donald Trump. He said that if we are going to announce a ceasefire at this stage, it's only going to encourage and embolden Iran at this stage, because they feel that that thing should not happen. And already Donald Trump has assured that there will be no ceasefire unless and until Strait of Hormuz is opened, and also the enriched uranium is handed over to them so that there is no nuclear power plant available to them.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for joining me on this big story. Thanks also to Shivaru for giving us perspective on this possible big threat of escalation that Donald Trump, the kind of language that has been used is absolutely unprecedented, and you will keep hearing this word every time Donald Trump speaks, because whatever he does is something that no other president, at least no other state head, has used the kind of language that Donald Trump does. I just want to play out at this moment J.D. Vance, the U.S. Vice President, who has once again come out. On one hand, the president says that we will wipe out an entire civilization. The vice president comes out and says the war is going to end soon. Let's listen in to what he has said.
First of all, the United States has largely accomplished its military objectives. There are still some things that we'd like to do, for example, on Iranian ability to manufacture weapons that we'd like to do a little bit more work on militarily. But fundamentally, the military objectives of the United States have been completed. So that means, as the president has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians.
All right, we'll keep tracking this story. It's, remember, just about 11 hours left for that deadline to end. Will that coincide with the kind of threat that Donald Trump has made? We will have to wait and see. We'll keep getting you the latest here on NDTV. I'm slipping into a very short break at this moment. Coming back with much more on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers game with Rahul Kaval.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Khargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Khargil area. North Ukraine and France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
Let's now talk about battleground as far as the states which are going this concerned, and it has been a day of high drama. Today, of course, the campaigning on one hand ends in Assam, which is going to poll on the 9th of this month. There was high drama when Assam police officers landed in the national capital, and they came to the national capital to arrest Congress leader Pawan Khera, after he made some allegations of against Himanta Biswa Sarma, the Chief Minister's wife. Remember, she has refuted these allegations, so has the Chief Minister, and they have said that all those allegations about 3 passports of UAE, Antigua, Barbuda and Egypt are false, and Rinki Bhuyan has gone ahead and registered an FIR against Pawan Khera. Acting on that FIR, the Assam police landed in the national capital today to arrest and search the residence of Pawan Khera. As per sources, Mr. Khera is not in the city at this moment. Remember, the battle has now turned extremely personal, extremely ugly, just in the run-up to the voting as far as this election is concerned. So from Pakistan to Gaurav Gogoi and his alleged connections with ISI, where remember, the government has formed an SIT. But allegations which have been made against the Chief Minister and his family has only resulted in action against the Congress leaders on allegations that they are fake and AI generated. This has become the big political hot potato as far as the election is concerned. Meanwhile, Congress Chief Mallikarjun Kharge has also said, we are not afraid of any FIR. The Chief Minister, remember, has been at least perturbed about the fact, the kind of language that he has used against Rahul Gandhi and other Congress leaders. Is this going to be a very important issue, or is it just a froth and the voting will be done on much more substantive issues in Assam? Joining me at this moment as the campaign ends for Assam. Let me very quickly introduce my guest, Rohan Gupta. He's joining us. He's the spokesperson of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ritam Singh, Congress spokesperson, is also with us this evening, and so is Krishna Bhattacharya, senior journalist from the region, from Assam. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Let me first apologize to you because of the breaking news on the US president. We had to, in fact, curtail the time on this discussion. But before I go to the political guest, Krishna, let me understand this from you. The allegations which have been made against the chief minister and his family, has it hit a raw nerve somewhere? Because we saw the chief minister responding in some very unkind words, whether it is Rahul Gandhi or Mallikarjun Kharge repeatedly, and the alacrity of the Assam police coming here to try and arrest Pawan Khera. How much of an impact will it have on elections, or is it just a froth as the election dust settles?
Well, Ankit, I think elections provides the gossip for everyday politics. So it's a very interesting way, but a lot of mudslinging this time in Assam elections, unnecessarily, because I think the BJP and Himanta Biswa Sarma are in a comfortable position, really, except for news from the ground and Upper Assam where there is anti-incumbency. But this has been the most polarized discourse. I think the Congress salvo of allegations of Riniki Bhuyan's multiple passports and citizenship, could create a flutter in a very confused. What I think the Congress understood, if they have, is that the voters in Assam this time are very confused of why the level of discourse is so low. Why the kind of language that politicians are using and allegations against each other, because they are not focusing on the issues at hand, which they should be. I mean, the idea of an election is to be able to address issues. The manifestos, I don't think anyone's talking about the manifestos, really. They're either talking about welfare schemes. So you have a wonderful cocktail of Hindutva and welfareism for the BJP, and very naive and incoherent counterattack by the Congress.
Yes.
So I don't think so. The voters are not happy with it, and maybe this is going to create some kind of a thing in the voters that, all right, maybe this is true, maybe this is not true. But I don't think really the Congress is going to be able to gain much because of this. The BJP, the Himanta Biswa Sarma, however, I've known this gentleman earlier. I have not understood why he's stooping so low. The kind of language he's using, not just against Gaurav Gogoi, Rahul Gandhi, Pawan Khera, but his constant barrage against the Bengali Muslims out there who constitute a large population. But, I'm going to break their bones. I'm going to, get them out.
Right.
Evict them. That, I think, is I'm not being able to understand why he's doing that.
Okay, let's try and get in Rohan Gupta to try and understand that. Why is the discourse this time so polarized, Rohan, when the BJP claims that so much work has been done? And the question that I also want to understand from you, Rohan, the police came today to arrest Pawan Khera. While, of course, there is an FIR, investigation is on. Should the investigation not also be on the larger allegations which have been made by the Congress party? There were allegations made against Gaurav Gogoi. You set up a full SIT. Last 1 year, that SIT has been investigating Gaurav Gogoi. Should the same not be done if there are allegations against the Chief Minister and his family?
Ankit, I completely agree with you, but there is a basic difference between two allegations. Here it is fraud. All three countries whose passports were shown on the screen by Congress party, they have said that these are not the passports issued by us. So where is the question here? It is a
hold on. I didn't want to interrupt you, but let me just put the record straight. None of those countries have come out on record and has said that these passports are fake. In fact, there was a post which was made which said that Egypt has come out with some sort of a clarification. The embassy in Egypt has actually come out and said we have not made any statement of this nature. So the question is, Rohan, that even if it is fake, should an investigation not come out and tell us it is fake? Or is it just the words of the Chief Minister that people should believe in?
No, absolutely. When again, if you see UAE, they have clearly said that what is cited is a gold card and not the passport, right? So that is the fact. I am not saying that you should not do your investigation on facts. And why? If the FIR is filed and if there is action, everybody should see what is right and what is wrong. What is wrong in police going and inquire about the wrong allegations? They should have answered. And again, Ankit, as I am in Assam, Congress has ensured final nail in their coffin. They had no issue on ground. They tried level hard to ensure that by making false allegations, they might get back into game. But by doing that, they have ensured that BJP is going to cross 100 seats in Assam. These things don't work in public domain. If you go and accuse anybody, you must have concrete proofs supported by real documents rather than just doing a half-hearted effort, going out in public and then taking your words back. It cannot work.
Let Ritam respond to this. Ritam, if you make allegations which are fabricated, which are doctored as the BJP claims them, then be ready for action as well. Then don't run around claiming victimhood if the police comes knocking on your door because they believe, the BJP says, and the Chief Minister and his wife have clearly registered an FIR saying that these are frivolous, false and defamatory allegations.
Mr. Tyagi, what you're seeing right now in the state of Assam is a summary of the state of affairs in which the whole state was run for the past 5 years. To begin with, Mrs. Riniki Bhunya Sharma officially lodges the FIR at 12:30 at night. At 8 a.m. in the morning, Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma comes up in a press conference and says that the 3 passports have been verified by the states as to be forged. But nowhere we have seen the MEA, the Ministry of External Affairs, or any other individuals from the embassies coming out and confirming the same. So on what basis and pretext it was accepted to be actually the fact that these are false or fake somewhere? Because yesterday itself we proved that the Pakistani link which was used by Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma was from a fake account which was hacked on the 22nd of March, and on 20th March this person, the hacked person, posted such information containing only the ID details. So Mr. Himanta Biswa Sharma already knew about this fact and about everything. So right now what we are seeing is a cover-up. And the cover-up has gone up to the extent where the 4 state and its machineries are being abused. The processes of laws are being abused only for raising pertinent questions.
Sir, but you are also making it, only an investigation can in fact decide whether this is true or false. You are also making it as if what allegations you have made are absolutely 100% fact. That is why I've been saying there should have been some sort of an investigation. But before we move on to this, hold on. I just want to also tell our viewers, because I don't want to get our viewers just lost into this whole cacophony about only these allegations. What are the Assam will be, campaign has ended and Assam will be voting on the 9th. There are some X factors that could, in fact, swing this election one way or the other. I want the discussion to move on to that. Delimitation or the reorganization of the seats. This is being seen as one of the crucial, in fact, factor that could decide this election one way or the other. Where many believe that especially in the minority-dominated constituencies, that proportion has come down after the reorganization of the assemblies. Welfare schemes, the delivery of those schemes and the direct cash transfer, especially to the women. Remember, on 12th March, 9,000 rupees were given even as advance for Bihu for the women. Is this going to have, about 40 lakh women were targeted with this scheme. Is this going to be the biggest game changer as far as Assam is concerned? X factor number 3, polarization, which Krishle was speaking about. Many would believe that if you're on a strong wicket, you don't need this. Others would say he's trying to ensure that there is not a single factor which is left that can ensure his victory. BJP's anti-Mehr, or let me say Himanta Biswa Sharma's anti-Mehr infiltrator campaign, how much of an impact has it had on polarizing this entire campaign? We will have to wait and see. The cult of Himanta Biswa Sharma, has it become a one-man show? Even with these allegations, it is either for Himanta Biswa Sharma or the election seems to be against him. Has that also in some way pushed real issues to the background? Big defections from the Congress party, how much of an impact it is going to have? It could prove to be a very important X factor in the upcoming elections. Congress's corruption charge, recent corruption charge, just when the election campaign has come to a close on Himanta Biswa Sharma and his wife. And then the one big X factor, Zubin Garg's death case. Will it have an impact on this election, or has that been neutralized? Krishle, let me bring you in once again on this, these X factors that we were talking about. what do you make of these 7 X factors? Which one do you think is actually going to be the most critical one to watch out for when the results come out?
Well, I think, you've covered the X factors well. Top of the list, I think, is the women welfare scheme that Himanta has been able to do well for himself. So he's got the women voters. That's his base. But the Congress, with the launching of Kunki Chaudhary and the kind of reaction that Himanta himself has had over this Gen Z candidate in central Guwahati, I think Congress is trying to imagine that they have the youth vote with them. I don't agree that they'll have the entire youth vote, but I think there is a slight tilt of that. I mean, like I said, that the confused voters are not happy with Himanta. That on the ground, I can tell you that even the Himanta's voters are not happy with Himanta's this vitriolic, anti-Muslim, constant hatred. It's just not required. Like, it is not required, for the Assam police to land today in Delhi to scare a Pawan Khera. I mean, these are not theatrics that are required in Assam. He has a consolidated position out there. Okay. I think so. The women voters is one. His anti-Mehr, of course, has tremendous response in Lower Assam, which is completely polarized. Upper Assam is the problem, where the 3 Gogois seem to have gained some ground, and the 3 Gogois also are banking on the anti-incumbency in Upper Assam, which we are not talking about. Right. And the Bordoloi factor, big Congress guy jumping ship over to BJP. But Ankit, I'll leave you with one. Again, I'm coming back to the rumor and politics. There is a rumor that the BJP High Command or Nagpur is not entirely happy with Himanta Biswa Sarma, and that's something that Himanta is slightly rattled about, but this is rumor and speculation.
Rohan has a smile on his face. Let me go to him I think one X factor that I should have put there in this list, Rohan, would be whether the tussle of the Congress and the BJP. The new Congress in the BJP, that's the new BJP, and the old BJP in Assam. Is that a worrying factor for you? There are many, those who would think that, under Himanta Biswa Sarma, it's not Congress Mukt, Assam. It's actually Congress Yukt BJP that is fighting this election.
See, if you see, Ankit, larger points, if you see the numbers, anybody, whether it is anti-incumbency or no, that is proved by the numbers. If you see Assam, the state has grown by, the GSDP has grown by 3.3 times in 8 years. This is phenomenal growth. Assam is one of the leading states in development now, 15.4%. Assam is in top 4 states in India. If you see per GDP income, per capita income, from 2021, the income has increased 4 times. So it is not just it is air that all other issues are contributing. The first thing, the biggest thing is anti-incumbency, and the good governance has ensured that there is a comfortable situation of BJP there. Important. If you see the tea gardeners, right, that is a very, very important thing. The pattas, the policy of giving pattas to 3.3 lakh tree gardeners, it is a game changer. The Congress could not do something in 60 years. BJP has ensured that.
But Rohan, if it was only about this, then Mehr and all those things would not have mattered, right? Polarization would not have mattered.
If you hear Mr. Hemmer, he was very clear when he talks as a Mehr in Assam. The infiltrators, the Bangladesh Muslims are called Mehr. That is what he has said, and he has always been against the Guspetya. And after he's becoming CM in last 10 years, he has ensured that there is no Guspetya there.
Sir, let's not go there. I am actually very short on time. Otherwise, I'll throw you numbers which the government has in fact presented in the MEA. That is not the case what you are talking about. And if there is no new Guspetya, then the fact is, then why is that an issue in this election? It is the inability for the government, both at the center and the state, to in fact put these people out, which you have made a very big issue in this election. But very quickly, I'm completely out of time. Ritam, coming to you. Is the Congress playing on BJP's pitch? I mean, you are also talking about Pakistan. You are only speaking about Himanta Biswa Sarma. This is exactly what the BJP would want. Forget about everything else. Focus on Himanta Biswa Sarma. Make this election about a personality, and a referendum on Himanta Sarma, possibly at this moment, he has an upper hand.
Mr. Tyagi, when you started this segment, you mentioned something as the cult of Himanta. At present in Assam, we don't have the cult Himanta. We have the tyranny of Himanta. You have a mad king unleashed. And right now, what people are witnessing is something which is seen in the Assam's history multiple times, where a tyranny of a mad king comes down when the people rise in revolt. The history repeats itself, and right now we are seeing the history being repeated in Assam, where Mr. Himanta Biswa Sarma, in lieu of whatever image he's trying to portray or project in forms of his welfare schemes or in forms of his big caricature of a Hindutva icon, is faltering down somewhere of the rattleness, of the bizarreness onto which he has gone through. But if you look towards our...
Due apologies to all three of you. I'm really sorry. It is such a fascinating discussion that we are having. I would have wanted to go on with it, but I'm completely out of time on this. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me. It is going to be... It's been a very heated campaign, and trust me, it is going to be a very, very important day when on 9th people of Assam vote. More or less have become a referendum on Himanta Biswa Sarma. We'll have to wait and see how that turns out to be. Quick break, I'm coming back. Thank you so much for being with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Khargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kharg area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core.
At least at this moment, the threat of US President Donald Trump is having an absolutely opposite impact on Iran. Iran has responded to US President Donald Trump's threat of wiping out the entire civilization. Iran has said that they are ready for tonight. The message has been sent to the United States. Iran warns against attacks on power infrastructure. Iran has said we will hit US business interests in Gulf nations. UAE Stargate data center is on the hit list. This is threat versus threat, a counter threat coming in from the Iranian side, as the United States president has in fact gone ahead and said he's going to wipe out an entire civilization.
در صورت عملی شدن تهدیدات آمریکا در خصوص نیروگاه‌های ایران بلافاصله اقدامات تنبیهی انجام خواهد شد. همه نیروگاه‌های برق، زیرساخت‌های انرژی و فناوری اطلاعات رژیم صهیونیستی و شرکت‌های مشابه در منطقه که سهامدار آمریکایی دارند به طور کامل تخریب خواهند. دفاع از کشور و منافع ملت خود دست به هر کاری خواهیم زد.
Serious threats, counter threats. Tonight is going to be a very, very important night. 11 hours to go for Donald Trump's deadline to end. We'll get you the latest details as and when the action takes place. Quick break. Thank you so much for being with us.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, spoke to him at length yesterday, thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel, and I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Kharg. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kharg area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
Tamil Nadu elections don't play small. They play big. High stakes, high voltage, high drama. Before the blockbuster unfolds, the OT of election coverage comes to Tamil Nadu to track the elections, spotting the mood and bringing perspectives from every side. Battleground Tamil Nadu on NDTV Network.
Alright team, our new order show is ready. Now we need a promo. Something cool, something sharp.
Well, I'm sure we'll be having outstanding reviews, solid suggestions.
Expert advice. The latest trends. It's a lot simpler. We'll help people make the right auto decisions. It's got the cool stuff, geeky stuff, serious stuff, all of it, so that you can discover, decide and drive. I'm Siddharth Sharma and I am your automate.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Sun win with a hand in hand? Will the two leaves and lotus bloom? Who will whistle to success in Tamil Nadu? To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our politics and people. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Hello everybody, you're watching NDTV and this is the Southern View. Even as Iran says it will respond outside the conflict and even deprive US and its allies of oil and gas for many years if the US crosses red lines and attacks civilian facilities. In its latest threat issued to Iran, US President Donald Trump has said that a whole civilization will die tonight. And this comes even with a deadline that he imposed for the full reopening of the Strait of Hormuz just mere hours away. Domestically, in India, election campaign has ended in Kerala, Assam and Puducherry. All eyes on the voting day scheduled day after tomorrow. We'll get you the best from the campaign and also the latest updates on the war. First up, the headlines. US President Donald Trump issues a fresh and explosive warning, says whole civilization will die tonight in the midst of strikes on Iran. Iran continues attacks on fuel facilities across Gulf nations. As per reports, Saudi petrochemical complex was hit in Iranian attacks. Meanwhile, fuel shortage source of the Israeli petrochemical industry in Dimona Industrial Estate was also struck. Rail services in Iran's Mashhad has been suspended after Israel issued a warning of possible attacks on train infrastructure. Iranians have been advised to stay away from railway stations. Reports now suggest that Iran's supreme leader has been incapacitated. Israeli and US intelligence have claimed that Mojtaba Khamenei is unconscious, suffering from a serious medical condition. Attack on Israeli consulate in Turkey now. Gunfire outside the embassy in Istanbul. 3 killed in gunfire outside Israeli consulate. There's some piece of breaking news just coming in. Just minutes after Donald Trump, US President, warned that an entire civilization could die tonight if Iran fails to meet his ultimatum, marking one of the starkest escalations in rhetoric yet. Now in response, Iran has struck a defiant tone. It has signaled readiness for confrontation rather than compromise, effectively telling its adversaries to brace for what comes next. That's Iran hitting back at the US just minutes after US President said that a whole civilization could die tonight. US President has issued yet another threat to Iran as his deadline to open the Strait of Hormuz looms. He said, and I quote, "A whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again." That's what he said. That's how he began in a post on his Truth Social platform. Donald Trump's warning to Iran comes just hours before the 48-hour deadline that he gave. Simultaneously, reports of several attacks have also started coming in from Iran.
First of all, the United States has largely accomplished its military objectives. There are still some things that we'd like to do, for example, on Iranian ability to manufacture weapons that we'd like to do a little bit more work on militarily. But fundamentally, the military objectives of the United States have been completed. So that means, as the President has said, very shortly this war is going to conclude. And I think the nature of the conclusion is ultimately up to the Iranians.
Remember, this is US President Donald Trump has issued a threat to Iran yet again. And just minutes after the president warned that an entire civilization could die tonight if Iran fails to meet his ultimatum of reopening the Strait of Hormuz, the critical choke point that is very important for energy markets. This also marks one of the starkest escalations in rhetoric now. My colleague Shiv Arur joins us with more details on this. Shiv, Iran has clearly struck a defiant tone. It has signaled full preparedness for confrontation. Clearly, diplomacy seems to be failing here. Is this a precursor to ground invasion?
You know, this is a very dangerous game of brinkmanship, in my view, Vasudha, where each side seems to be ratcheting up the rhetoric, talking in very apocalyptic language, leaving nothing to the imagination. If one were to interpret Trump's words, he's basically threatening the use of weapons of mass destruction. There's no other way to look at, someone saying an entire civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back. Iran has responded and said, wait for tonight. I think each side is testing the other at a time when there seems to be no forward movement on what that deal is. Iran unwilling to step back on a single point of proposal from the United States to enter a deal. That deadline looming, it expires in just a few hours from now, 5:30 a.m. India time tomorrow is when it expires. I think Trump is sort of going for broke right now. He's tried everything. He's had a limited ground operation inside Iran as well. He has decimated large amounts of the Iranian military, especially in the Persian Gulf, ships and boats, etc. But he still hasn't been able to control the one thing on which this entire war is hinging, Vasudha, and that is the Strait of Hormuz. That's the reason why you're seeing airstrikes happening in Kharg Island as well. The idea, in my view, right now is to try and avoid an escalation. Now, that might sound ironic given what we've seen so far in the war, but I think the United States and Trump, no matter what you may think about him, he has a side of him that is also pragmatic, and I think he sees his ratcheting up of rhetoric, extreme threats of this kind, saying, there will be no Iran tomorrow, etc., is a way to try and give Iran the impression that he really is ready and prepared to put his money where his mouth is and do something really drastic inside Iran. I don't know if that's going to happen because remember, the counter point to what Iran can do is equally destructive. They've released images now of targets in Saudi Arabia, in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in the United Arab Emirates, and in Israel, Vasudha. And Iran has demonstrated over 40 days that it not only has the capacity, but the intelligence, targeting data, accuracy, accurate details from China and Russia to be able to attack many of these US bases and Gulf targets. Can Trump afford that? So far, he's been, he has demonstrated an appetite for some of these things being attacked. Can it go up further? I am a little skeptical about that. So right now, we're seeing a very, very dangerous game of bluff, a dangerous game of brinkmanship. And at times like these, things can go very, very bad if one side decides to take action. Right.
Shiv, also explain to us, the Strait of Hormuz is at the center of this conflict. Is this a negotiating weapon, or is it just a red line that Iran is prepared to, defend militarily? But let me also take some breaking news that has come in right now. Iran has closed all diplomatic and indirect channels of communication with United States of America. All message exchanges have been suspended. That's what we hear from sources. Shiv is back with us. Shiv, there was this sense that intermediaries from Iran's side were talking to the United States of America, and US President kept saying that, they're pleading for a ceasefire. Clearly, those diplomatic talks have stopped now, isn't it?
This is what the Iranian media is saying, and I would take most things coming out of both the White House as well as Iranian state media with a pinch of salt, especially at a time when both sides are looking for some kind of closure to the war. But I would say that Iran, by signaling that all communication channels have shut, may not be reflecting the entire reality, because we know that even at the worst of times when war is being waged between nations, Vasudha, there is always some tenuous connection, vicarious or direct, where messages are being exchanged. Because if that stops, then things can actually go nuclear, which neither of the two sides wants. But I think the bigger reflection of this statement from the Iranian media and the Iranian government really is that Iran is fully aware, it has been aware throughout this war, but it is even more keenly aware now that the biggest trump card in its hands, no pun intended, is its control over the Strait of Hormuz. That is the one leverage point that Trump is continuously frustrated about. He has simply been unable to militarily, diplomatically, coalition-wise, foreign policy-wise, threat-wise, rhetoric-wise, he simply hasn't been able to browbeat the Iranians into yielding on the Strait of Hormuz. And that's the reason why I think, the rhetoric is rising right now. Iran recognizes that, and that's why they're saying, we will not talk about the Strait of Hormuz. That cannot be a condition.
Shiv, as I was talking to earlier also, there seems to be a sense that countries are facing the brunt of this war now. This is going to be a prolonged disruption. How do you expect global energy markets, oil markets to react to something like this?
I was speaking to officials from a European mission in India earlier today, and I can tell you that nobody is expecting things to die down soon. The after effects and the shockwaves of what is happening in the Strait of Hormuz, the disruptions in energy supply, even if the war were to actually come to an end today or in a matter of days, the after effects of it are going to take a long, long time. Perhaps months, definitely through the rest of this year. We're already seeing oil prices see, a global shock. But the very uncertainty, remember that, insurance for the transit of oil, the movement of ships, for merchantmen transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, etc. It all, rides on the issue of certainty, predictability, reliability. Uncertainty is like poison when it comes to energy security, and ships simply will not move if there is no absolute assurance that things are safe. So from now, where things are absolutely up in the air and dangerous, missiles and drones flying, the possibility of sea mines in the Strait of Hormuz, drone boats hitting ships, etc. From that to a period of total pre-war type normalcy, it seems almost like a fairy tale at this point of time. And I think that fear psychosis is going to take a long time to get rid of. So that's why the world continues to shiver right now, Vasudha.
Right. Shiv, where do you see the diplomatic efforts that were being made by both sides? Where was the point when diplomacy failed here? Because clearly Iran has closed all diplomatic and all channels of communication with the United States. Clearly something was happening and, something failed.
I suspect that Iran sees acknowledgement of diplomatic engagement as a weakness at this point of time. Remember, Iran already has a massive trust deficit. They have a point because they believe that they have been bombed both last year and this year at a time when diplomatic negotiations and talks were actually happening. So Iran's faith in diplomacy and foreign engagement, especially with the Trump administration, is not just zero, it's in the negative right now. They don't trust any country. Even countries like Pakistan, they've shut out. Even so, Pakistan tried to be a mediator. Turkey and Egypt, they may be slightly more amenable to, but even that appears to have evaporated right now. So you're dealing with an Iran that is far more galvanized, I believe, in terms of this war. They've demonstrated the ability to drag out this war for 40 days and counting. They've demonstrated that they've been able to fend off, handing over control of the Strait of Hormuz to Trump, the biggest military in the world. And they don't believe that acknowledging that messages are being passed or there is a live diplomatic hotline between them, either directly or indirectly with the United States, reflects anything but weakness or a willingness to end the war. Because remember, if they acknowledge that they are talking and that they're willing to negotiate, etc., it basically means that they are negotiating from a place of weakness. And every message coming out of Iran right now, whether it is on their embassy social media handles or the government IRGC spokesperson every night, is that Iran is in control, Iran is on top, and it is because of Iran's wishes that this war is being dragged out and the war will end on Iran's terms. Therefore, they don't want to say, yes, we are talking, yes, we are listening, yes, we are willing to cut a deal.
Right, Shiv. Efforts to facilitate talks between US and Iran are still ongoing. That's what Pakistani sources with knowledge of discussions have told Reuters. That's a piece of breaking news that we have for you. What we understand from sources is that this is a report by Al Jazeera, and reports have suggested that efforts to facilitate talks between US and Iran are still going on. They're still underway, and this is as per two Pakistani sources with knowledge of discussions. And this is a copy by Reuters. And this is even as strikes on Iran intensify and a deadline set by President Donald Trump nears. Shiv, how do we explain this? My colleague Nazir joins us now. Shiv, I'll come back to you in just a minute. My colleague Nazir joins us. Nazir, this report by Reuters saying that efforts to facilitate talks, diplomatic channels are still on between US and Iran. What does this really mean at a time when US President Donald Trump has issued one of his strictest threats to Iran, and Iran has also retaliated, saying that it's not going to back down?
Well, Donald Trump is issuing multiple threats almost every day, but Pakistan also itself actually appeared to be caught in a really complex situation. And there are reports that Pakistan has actually said if the attacks on Saudi is undermining the negotiations. So in itself, the mediator is also facing the heat, and they don't know how to deal with it. And there are reports also that Pakistan has said that if there's a war, then they will side with Saudi Arabia. Having said that, there have been all the efforts going through Pakistan, and then of course there are Egypt and Turkey. They are there. They are part of the larger negotiations, but there have been several hiccups. There have been, because both the parties don't want to be seen as doing it as if they don't want to be seen as weak or succumbing to each other's pressure. That is why you see Iran is doing tit for tat. In this attack, they say they will do more attacks. And Donald Trump, after every hour, he's issuing new threats. And now the deadline is now actually approaching. We'll have to see what happens. But there have been reports from the US, from Pakistan, and from Gulf countries that there have been hectic and last-minute, last-ditch efforts to reach at some sort of settlement so that there's immediate ceasefire and there's final resolution. But Iran has been clearly saying that it can't happen in isolation. There has to be a holistic, resolution and the settlement here. Not only attacks should stop against the Iran, they should also stop against their, alliance partners or the proxies, be it Hamas or the Hezbollah in Lebanon here, or Houthis. So, and they are also threatening that it would not be just the Strait of Hormuz, which is closed. There would be other, these routes, sea routes that can be targeted by their allies. So there are major threats by Iran also. We'll have to see next few hours appear to be very crucial. The way there are hectic diplomatic efforts. At the same time, even in fact, Arab League also Secretary General has said that the way both the sides, Iran and America, has put their demands, it is making any settlement very difficult. That is the Arab League Secretary General's statement.
So even as both sides are signaling strategic points with a lot of words going on, there are also reports that suggest that diplomatic talks are underway. It's not all over yet. That's what we understand from sources. Nazir, do stay with us. We have another piece of breaking news now. Even as Donald Trump's Iran deadline ends soon, in fact, in just minutes from now, US Vice President J.D. Vance has also issued an ultimatum to Iran, and he has said that US is awaiting Iran's response by 8 p.m. and that the ball is in Iran's court. US has in fact warned that no delays will be tolerated. That's a big statement coming from Vice President of US J.D. Vance. Let's listen in to what he said.
Not going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct.
So my colleague Nazir joins us with more details on this. Nazir, Trump's deadline for Iran ends very soon, and J.D. Vance is reissuing the same ultimatum and saying that this is not going to be good for Iran and that delays are not going to be tolerated. How do we look at this?
Well, there would be threats and the counter threats. And even when there are talk of talks and some settlement, there are massive attacks against each other. It's not something that, something new is going to start. Yes, there may be intensity of attack. They may, for example, today, Israel targeted Iran's railways, the rail bridge. And this Trans-Iran railway line is declared as a world, heritage site by the UNESCO in 2021. And in fact, Iran asked UNESCO to condemn this attack or threats. But Israel went ahead and they targeted this rail bridge. There are bridges, there are roads, there's critical infrastructure. There's Kharg Island that was attacked today. So which is a really, key to Iran's whole energy sector. So attacks are taking place. Every sector has been hit. Even universities, education, knowledge centers, petrochemical projects. And it is not just they are destroying these projects. It is having a larger impact on the world. For India also. Because you look at this, our fertilizers, they come through this region. It's not just energy, this fuel. Our fertilizers, look at the helium. It is impacting our, even MRI good. It is health services getting impact in different parts of the world, including India. So the war here is not only in the war in Middle East or war on Iran. It has its repercussions and implications across in different parts of the world, including India. So everybody wants that there should be some resolution.
Right. So this is going to be a prolonged disruption, clearly. Nazir, do stay with us. We have another piece of breaking news on the war front. Iran has warned of attacks on data centers now. Remember that Iran had earlier said that it would be attacking US-based companies. Data centers are specifically important because a lot of AI-based services emanate from commercial data centers, and data centers have also become important because there's a lot of tech that's being used on the war front. Iran has revealed its target list, and this is in UAE's Stargate data center is on the hit list of Iran. Iran has said that it will do whatever it needs to do to defend its citizens.
در صورت عملی شدن تهدیدات آمریکا در خصوص نیروگاه‌های ایران بلافاصله اقدامات تنبیهی انجام خواهد شد. همه نیروگاه‌های برق، زیرساخت‌های انرژی و فناوری اطلاعات رژیم صهیونیستی و شرکت‌های مشابه در منطقه که سهامدار آمریکایی دارند به طور کامل تخریب خواهند.
where Pradeep Datta joins us now. Pradeep joins us from Tel Aviv. Pradeep, data centers have specifically become important because there's so much use of tech on the war front and specifically with AI-based services. But what is it with the latest attacks, the hit list of Iran and some of the data centers like Stargate being part of that list?
See, as Nazir was rightly saying that there has been tit-for-tat attack, we have seen that already there has been aggressive escalatory tone from Donald Trump's side. He's trying to bring Iran on knees, but he hasn't succeeded because from day one, when the war started, he had political objective and military objective, but he has failed to achieve both objectives. On the other hand, he has further made Iran resistant and defiant, and we've already seen that saying that if you are talking about wiping out the civilization, we are waiting for you and we are going to hit you hard where it's definitely going to hurt you most. But any wrong step at this stage is definitely going to be catastrophic for West Asia, because we have seen that already both the countries have made up their mind that they are going to hit out at each other's target, and the power sector will be targeted. They are going to target roads, they are going to target communication network, and these database companies. Why the database companies? Because Iran somewhere feel that these database companies are providing information and intelligence inputs. It is because of this reason that they had been able to spy on them and target with precision many of their areas. So that's one of the reasons that it has come on Iran's radar, and we have seen that off and on they had been targeting these tech companies. It has happened in UAE, it has happened in Bahrain, and now this recent one has also been targeted. But one thing is quite clear, that so far America has failed in their mission, because America thought that by carrying out attacks and bombing these areas, they will be able to make Iran come under pressure and surrender. But nothing of that sort has happened. Reason being that over the period of time, you've seen that how Donald Trump has been changing his timeline. He kept on changing his deadline also. He has kept on changing his goalpost, because initially he said that he wanted regime change. Then he said that no, he was not talking about regime change, but automatic regime change has taken place after killing of Ayatollah Khamenei. Now the second rung of leadership is also not available, so third rung of leadership is less radicalized. What Iran feel that this ultimatum is not really going to make difference on the ground, because they are well prepared for the situation. But what is really going to happen is that at the end of the day, it is leading to energy crisis, and ripple effect is already being felt. Why I'm saying the energy crisis? Because it has not drawn in so many players, because after 6 weeks of war, it has drawn many countries and also led to energy disruption. So what actually right now Iran feels that any negotiation means that America is dictating them terms, something that is not acceptable to them. They don't want dictatorial America, because they want to be treated as an equal partner. That's one of the reasons they said that temporary ceasefire is not acceptable to them. They want that permanent hostilities to end permanently, and they want that there should be no war anymore. And besides it, they've also they want that the compensation to be paid to them for the losses that have been inflicted by this ongoing war, because they are trying to blame America for thrusting war on them. They said that while the negotiation was going on, what was the purpose of attacking Iran on February 20th? So this is the reason, something that will not be palatable and digestible then to United States of America. So right now the situation continues to remain grim. Now it is to be seen how the things are really going to unfold. Only few hours left. 5:30 Indian Standard Time deadline is going to expire. Let's see whether American President Donald Trump is going to translate words into action, or this escalatory aggressive vocabulary is only to build pressure to make Iran somewhere come under pressure. But that's not really going to happen, because Iran has already made up its mind. It's going to be do and die situation for them, that how they have to fight it out, because they know that it is all about their survival. It is not about the survival of fittest. It is about the fittest of the fit who is going to survive, and they have to stay fit and they have to stay there in war to ensure that the United States of America is not going to dictate them terms.
This is really going to be a prolonged disruption with impact on energy markets and also lives and livelihoods of people. And Iran has clearly said that it will do whatever it needs to do to defend its boundaries and, of course, its own citizens. But let's also take a look at how the citizens of Iran, Iranians, are reacting to the threats that US has issued to Iran. Iranians have been seen forming human chains on the White Bridge of Ahvaz in southern Iran today, following American-Israeli threats of destruction of Iran's vital civilian infrastructure. Remember that the regime in Iran had asked all artists and normal people, civilians, to form human chains as a mark of protest, to agitate against threats on Iran and also on any attack that could take place on civilian infrastructure by America or even Israel. Pradeep joins us with more details on this. Pradeep, there was this sense when the war started that Iranians who have been protesting against the regime would come out in large numbers to celebrate the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, but that did not happen. And now it looks like Iranians are gathering in large numbers to form human chain to protest against what is being done to them. So clearly, how do you read the political sense in this?
Absolutely right, because initially what United States of America, they miscalculated. They thought that when we are going to attack Iran, the people will be coming out on the street, they will be protesting because the sentiments is against the regime. But nothing of that sort has really happened. Further, it has unified them, galvanized them, and today Iran is much more stronger because everybody here is feeling that United States of America is not fighting war for the people of that region. Basically, they are trying to have control over the uranium. It's all about oil. It's all about their vested interests. What actually people can see through. That's one of the reason that they have decided to form human chain. Actually, the call for this was given by the youth and sports minister today morning. He said that you should form a kind of a human chain around all these power plants. Once the people will be around there, it will not be that easy for America to target those power plants, because if they do so, that means large number of killing. And then obviously there is going to be uproar, and the international community is going to just put pressure on the United States of America. How come they kill people? But somewhere, if you look at it, this reminds me of the Chipko moment that several years back in India, when people wanted to prevent the trees from being cut. They used to hug the trees because they thought that administration should not cut the trees. And similar kind of a thing, they want to act as a human shield to prevent their power plants, because at the end of the day, it is their property. It is about the taxpayers' money. So they want to save their property. They want to save the country. People will be coming out in large number. They'll be surrounding these power plants, making things further complex, difficult, and complicated for United States of America. Because for the last several weeks, US had been trying to project itself as a messiah for the people of Iran, saying that we have nothing to do with the people of Iran. We are here for the people of Iran. We are only against this corrupt regime. But now it seems that the people are standing for the regime. At the end of the day, they are one when it comes to the country. And that's what actually in America has done. It was a divided house, but now the flock seems to be together. So things will be really difficult, complex.
So clearly, there is a longer conflict that's in the offing here. Pradeep, do stay with us. As Pakistan now prepares to repay the $3.5 billion of the debt that it owes to certain Gulf nations, including the United Arab Emirates, its Senator Mushahid Hussain has now framed its financial obligation as a brotherly rescue for a nation that is currently stuck and helpless, bankrupt, running out of fuel, and ungrateful, but also overestimating its diplomatic status. That seems to be the story of Pakistan.
Pakistan is facing fresh financial pressure amid rising geopolitical tensions in West Asia. And it's only getting worse. The UAE has asked Islamabad to return a $3 billion deposit immediately, a move that could impact Pakistan's fragile external finances. The $3 billion fund was placed by the UAE with the State Bank of Pakistan to support the country's balance of payments. For years, Abu Dhabi had been rolling over this deposit annually, helping Pakistan manage its external liabilities. But now, in the backdrop of the United States-Israel conflict with Iran, the UAE has reportedly decided to recall the funds. Pakistan is expected to repay the full amount by the end of this month. Sources say Islamabad has been paying around 6% interest on this deposit. The repayment comes at a time when Pakistan requires nearly $12 billion in rollovers this fiscal year, including $5 billion from Saudi Arabia, $4 billion from China, and $3 billion from the UAE. While Pakistan currently holds over $21 billion in foreign exchange reserves, experts warn that the country may still need fresh external financing in the coming months. Yet Islamabad is mocking the UAE.
वैसे भी ये फंसे हुए हैं इस वक्त मजबूर हैं उन्होंने $1.5 खरब दिया है ट्रंप को उनकी और जंगों में फंसे हुए हैं कोई यमन में भी कभी सूडान में भी तो हमारा फर्ज बनता है उनकी मदद करें उन बेचारों की जरूरत है
Bureau Report, NDTV.
So West Asia tension escalating now and seems to be hitting all countries with ripple effects being faced by several nations across the world. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
केसरिया से मन
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
Across the country, he has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Raj Kaul. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Khargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kharg area.
North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom.
Welcome back. Kerala is staring at one of its closest elections in years, with the fight between the LDF and UDF going right down to the wire. On the ground, there's energy on both sides, crowded rallies, strong local campaigns and confident leadership. The LDF is pushing its record in governance and welfare, while the UDF is tapping into fatigue after 2 terms and promising a reset. I was in Kerala last few days, and what was visible is the need for the state to do better. But there's also acknowledgement of the work the left has done in the past many years. The impact of West Asia crisis is settling in, and many Tattakadas of Kerala have been shut down due to want of cooking gas. People working in Gulf nations are also coming back. But while there's demand for change, there's also presence of the left's biggest strength, the rank and file that may have weakened but not really collapsed. So what makes this election harder to read is also the layered mood of voters, because while there is visible dissatisfaction in pockets over jobs, prices, governance, it is not very clear if it is underwhelming or overwhelming for the UDF to come back with a sweep, or is it going to be a slender margin victory? Is this the election for change? Let's get in Haibi Eden, who is a Congress MP. Congress MP Haibi Eden joins us now. Haibi, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. You have been out in the field campaigning for all your party candidates. What's the feedback on the ground? Because 2021 was a disappointment for the Congress party. How sure are you that the Congress party and the UDF are not repeating its 2021 performance?
The people of Kerala has already decided, the politically sensible people have already decided that this corrupt government should go out. And whenever we go to the voters, wherever districts we travel, we get a sense of people. And when we are on a road show or in a meeting, or when we talk to people, we clearly understand the political scenario. And it is quite a time where UDF is going to come back to power. And they have a deep sense of disappointment with the 10-year Pinarayi government. And I'm very sure that this would be a historical landslide victory for the UDF.
Habib, but the fact that you have not declared a CM face, the UDF does not have a CM face, it has many CM faces, and people are asking this question as to who is fighting against Pinarayi Vijayan. Don't you think that's going to be a disadvantage to your front?
We don't have a leadership crisis in the Congress party or in the UDF. We have a lot of CM faces. Unfortunately, the left is in a leadership crisis where they don't have any other face other than Pinarayi Vijayan. And luckily, fortunately, his face is helping us quite a lot. You traveled across the state of Kerala from Kasaragod to Trivandrum. You can see this is not the tradition of the CPIM or the left parties, where a single man, like you have the Modi government in Delhi, you have only one face without even the symbol of CPIM. CPIM never believed in that kind of ideology, and I strongly believe that if you go to a junction, a major junction in Cochin, you can see four boards, four with the face of the Honorable Chief Minister. I think he's doing more of a campaign for us than for himself. So seeing his face, the people of Kerala would vote for Congress. That is what I understand.
So, Haimi, it's interesting that you say that. So, would you say that if the left had not projected Pinarayi Vijayan as its CM face, the incumbent chief minister as the CM face, do you think the left would have done better? Do you think Pinarayi Vijayan is a liability for the LDF?
Yeah, even the hardcore politically inclined Communist Party workers, or the deep-rooted Communist Party workers, or the traditional voters or sympathizers of Communist Party believes that CPIM does not exist their ideology anymore. Or Pinarayi Vijayan is more of a capitalist than a communist. And the stands he have taken in many different issues are not something which is you can relate to a left government. So I'm pretty sure that the face, as I said, have damaged the CPIM, and I'm pretty sure that that is going to help the UDF. Like I said, we don't have so much of money like the BJP and CPIM to keep big hoardings like they have done. And ironically, the announcement of election is also in such a way that there was very less time for any other political party to get prepared. So I believe that all these are a part of the conspiracy they have. Like we say that they have a deal. Even in the announcement of election, I believe that there was a deal. And as I said, the people are ready to vote. Wherever we go, we have the sense. The coastal belt, the agricultural sector, the farmers, common man, especially the women voters, are tired of this government, and it is going to benefit the UDF.
So you're constantly talking about this arrangement or so-called arrangement between CPM and RSS, but the CPM keeps saying that, the UDF is completely dependent on Muslim League. Is that going to be a disadvantage to you, because Pinarayi Vijayan does not really say anything to Vellapalli Nattesan or the comments that have been made by certain leaders, which could be seen as communal? There is a certain feeling, or at least there are reports that say that Hindu vote could be still with the LDF. Do you think the fact that you still have the Muslim League as your important partner, is that going to be a disadvantage to you?
We, like the Honorable Opposition Leader, have said we are Team UDF. We respect our ally parties. Indian Union Muslim League has been a constant partner for the last many decades. So why should we be in a defensive position. We have always maintained the harmony with them. And we have not pleaded to any religious organization or caste or communities that they should be a part of the UDF. Of course, in an election, we respect all the religions and castes, and we have made our stance very clear. Let's see how the voting pattern turns out. Let's see which community voted for which political party. We clearly know what is the nexus between the religious leaders and the Honorable Chief Minister. When you have power for 10 long years, definitely you would have influence on many leaders in different castes and communities. But it's not going to affect the electoral pattern. We are very confident, like the local body elections, like many communities have stayed together with the UDF. This election is very crucial for the state of Kerala, for the people of Kerala. And of course, they would bring back us in power. That is my expectation.
Well, UDF, you've said that UDF will win about 100 seats, but what is your prediction for the BJP? Because the BJP has also mounted a strong campaign in Kerala this time.
I don't think the politically sensible people will vote for BJP. They might, in certain constituency, increase their vote share, but it is never going to be a seat where they would actually win. I don't expect that with the new FCRA stand the BJP has taken, the law which they were trying to push in the last parliament, and how they brought it down, and they said they will bring it after election with consultation. All these things would definitely affect the electoral prospects. And they have already been a partner with the 2020 party, and many of the major seats have been compromised with the 2020 party. So I believe that they don't have great political expectations. I don't even think even they would be expecting a great majority or number of seats this time. And this is going to be the last best for BJP as well.
So we will check with you on the 4th of May as to what really happened and how many of your predictions actually came right. Thank you, Haibi, for joining us, and all the best with the results. Let me also get you a counter voice. CPM MP John Britas joins us now. John Britas, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. Pleasure to have you on the show as always. First question to you, sir. UDF leaders are sounding more confident than anything else. How are you going to beat that kind of momentum? Because everybody is saying that this is, UDF's election. How are you going to make sure that Pinarayi Vijayan is going to script history one more time?
Vasudha, you have been in Kerala touring length and breadth of our state. It's not anti-incumbency. In reality, it is pro-incumbency. The 10 years of Pinarayi government, I would call it governance, is making left to come back to power again. So our friends in the Congress may have to prepare themselves to be seated in the opposition once more.
But Mr. Britas, a lot of Congress people feel that if the chief ministerial face of the LDF was somebody else, then Pinarayi Vijayan, probably the LDF would have stood a better chance. They feel that Pinarayi Vijayan is a burden for LDF. What would your response be?
He never solicited advice from the UDF. They should be thinking about their prospects, their strategization and their idea. LDF, in its wisdom, collective wisdom and conviction, decided that our incumbent Chief Minister, Mr. Pinarayi Vijayan, should lead the campaign. And that's it. And because he's leading the campaign, there is a discussion around the performance of the government. Social performance, social investments, the economic development, and even the social capital, which we feel that it's because of the left in Kerala. So my suggestion to my Congress friends would be that let them be not concerned about our strategy, yet our leader. Let them find a leader from one of those 6-7 competing chief ministerial candidates. Every day there has been one getting into the fray to be the chief minister. So they should sort out the difference amongst them. And now Rahul Gandhi has come out with a proposition that there should be a women chief ministerial candidate. I don't know whether he was hinting at the possibility of Priyanka Gandhi shifting to Kerala, maybe because she has no role in Delhi. And even Rahul Gandhi doesn't have any sufficient role because partly he is elsewhere, abroad. So maybe he must be thinking that why can't, if Priyanka can be the MP from Kerala, why can't she be the chief ministerial candidate? So the confusion that is there in the Congress ranks
need to be sorted out by them instead of giving unsolicited advice to the left.
But Mr. Brittas, I was speaking to K.C. Venugopal of the Congress Party when I was in Kerala 2 days ago, and he said that even Lord Ayyappa is not safe under LDF rule in Kerala, citing the Sabarimala theft issue. And we saw what happened in the court today. The LDF government has taken a complete U-turn when it comes to its position on the Sabarimala issue. Rahul Gandhi, in fact, went to an extent of asking for the arrest of Chief Minister, saying that the LDF has completely mismanaged the issue and hurt the sentiments of Lord Ayyappa. Is this Sabarimala issue going to be a major disadvantage to you? Is this going to dent your prospects?
See, whatever good sense that is there in Rahul Gandhi, he lives in Delhi and comes to Kerala. He comes blank, hollow. So he has to rely on the script given by K.C. Venugopal and gets into all sorts of mess. Now, as regards Sabarimala, the whole issue started when K.C. Venugopal himself was the minister. All these notorious characters like Pandari, Govardhan, Poti, all these guys got into Sabarimala when the UDF was ruling. Now, anyway, we have got a chance. We have got an opportunity to clear everything, clean up the entire system. And everything is done at the supervision of the High Court also. And when K.C. Venugopal and Rahul Gandhi speaks about Sabarimala, I am wondering what has happened with regard to the so-called meeting that these culprits, this accused, Poti and Govardhan, had with Sonia Gandhi. They went all the way to Sonia Gandhi's high-security residence and had tied a bracelet on her hand. Bracelet could be the gold bracelets also. So a portion of the gold which would have been looted from Sabarimala would have landed up at his mummy's residence. So Rahul Gandhi better, talk about what has actually happened regarding the interface this hardcore accused or culprit had with his mother. We didn't want to bring this topic at all, but since he has left his senses in Delhi while he travels to Kerala, I thought of reminding him about that.
But Mr. Brittas, Rahul Gandhi has made another big prediction. He says that the left is completely going to disappear from Kerala once elections are over and once the UDF comes to power. What is going to be the future of left if you come back to power, and what happens to the left if you don't come back to power?
The second part of your question doesn't arise because we are anyway coming back to power. So what will happen if left comes back to power? We would certainly, be an influence in national politics. Because, see, one thing I have been always telling that beyond the four boundaries of Kerala, left has an influence. I feel that Rahul Gandhi should contemplate, introspect, even the influence of left and our leaders like Sitaram Yechuri had on him. You recollect those days when Rahul Gandhi was going around in some sort of a mimicry versions of others, saying that he's what is the Janun Dari Pujari, what is that Brahmin, a Shiva Bhakta, Hanuman Bhakta, all sorts of things were there. He was vacillating from one side to another side. He didn't know what he has to see, what he has to, what should be his position. So at least the left has contributed immensely to, position himself as a more or less reasonable leader in the national framework. Now he may be thinking that let left disappear because that's the only way in which his party can have a foothold, because this greedy Congress cannot survive without power. That's been shown there. And one more thing I want to remind him is that 2004, we defeated Congress party and we had got 63 MPs. On a platter, we gave the support of the 63 MPs to the Congress party to form a government. We didn't even demand a gas connection return or a gas cylinder, and actually in return for the support we extended to Rahul Gandhi, his mother and his party. We are not after power. See the bickering that happened in Tamil Nadu because the Congress wants to be in power. And what happened? Not only power, money also. 11 Congress MLAs crossed over to BJP to help that party to have additional 2 MPs. How much money would have been transacted? My information is that each Congress MLA would have got 25 crores, 30 crores each. And 11 MLAs means what could be the quantum of money the Congress party would have generated and the goodwill, inverted comma, with BJP. Not even a shock cause notice has been served on the Congress MLAs, and he has audacity to come to Kerala and give sermons to the left parties. What should I say more?
Mr. Britas, if you talk about dissent, the CPM seems to be suffering more than the UDF this time, at least in Kerala, because I met CP John yesterday. He is an ex-SFI leader who left the CPM because he feels that the CPM is not what it promised it was. It is weakened. There are so many rebels from your party, at least 6 of them. In Alleppey, G. Sudhakaran is contesting as an independent with the support of the UDF. He's saying that the left is in control of criminal elements. So many people contesting, within your party as independents backed by the opposition clearly does not, it does not look good for the LDF, isn't it?
See, I do agree that a couple of our people have crossed over to the Congress party, maybe because Congress party did not have the right candidates, so they filled the slot there. But in Kerala, of course, like any other part of the world, the dynamics of the society which is emerging will have influence on individuals and parties. And these people who have crossed over to Congress were not key organizational persons in the party. Many of them were on the verge of retirement, or a couple of them had already retired. So in pursuit of their ambitions, they thought it would be appropriate to cross over to Congress party so that they will get a seat, because in CPM, they will not get any chance to contest. So I feel that, it's quite normal or natural to happen like that, because they also would have certain ambitions. And if Congress party can fulfill that, let them do it. But the people of the state would understand this so-called opportunism that is being played out by these people.
Right. Mr. Britas, talking about predictions, how many seats do you think the BJP is going to win in Kerala this time? Because the allegation here is that you or the CPM is helping BJP win a few seats.
That is the biggest joke. Rahul Gandhi and his colleagues were trying to harp on that, despite the fact that I told you about 11 MLAs crossing over to BJP, to help BJP to have 2 additional MPs. Numerous leaders. What has happened to the lieutenants of Rahul Gandhi, starting from Jyotiraditya Scindia to all those people? He has been running a recruitment agency for BJP, and his organizational secretary's one-point agenda is to demolish Congress at the national level so that he can be the chief minister, and maybe the only chief minister. That was his ambition. So, and this party, in numerous ways, helping and nourishing and nurturing BJP comes to Kerala, because Kerala, why BJP doesn't get a foothold in Kerala? Because our party, Left Front, is fighting BJP tooth and nail. We will continue that. And that's what I talked about, the social capital of Kerala. That is of social harmony, brotherhood, communal amity. That has been enriched or bolstered by none other than the left leaders. So we will continue that. And I can tell you, BJP is not a significant player in Kerala politics. Right. They have many advantages.
Thank you, Mr. Britas. That was CPM MP John Britas joining us, sounding extremely confident and optimistic of Pinarayi Vision 3.0 rolling out. And the UDF guys are also similarly very confident. We'll have to wait and see how this clash of narratives, ideologies and campaigns, what kind of results it gives us on the 4th of May. With that, it's time for a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Rajkol, covering international affairs like no one else, only on NDTV network.
The man behind Roaring Lion.
Can you say a word?
Israel's warfighter Prime Minister on NDTV.
I spoke to our great friend, Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Spoke to him at length yesterday. Thanked him for his standing with Israel, standing for the truth, and for the enormous friendship of the people of India. They are much admired and loved in Israel. And I won't get into the details of the conversation, but I've spoken to him and I've spoken to many other leaders in the region and beyond. Thank you.
First word since he declared war on Iran.
Just behind me, Prime Minister Netanyahu.
An NDTV world exclusive to Aditya Rajkol. Benjamin Netanyahu on NDTV.
The front lines of Kharg. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live. Unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kharg area.
North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
To understand the Tamil Nadu twist, join me in the midst of our people, language and politics. Vanakkam Tamil Nadu, here we come.
Good evening and welcome. Thanks very much for tuning in to NDTV. I'm Padmaja Joshi, and as always on the big story of the day, the buck stops here in just a while from now. Kerala is going to be polling. They're going to go to polls along with two other assemblies. And in the midst of that, the focus is back on the Sabarimala shrine and a wonderful change of heart that leaders in the state have had. We'll tell you why that has happened and why it is so critical for this election. We'll also talk about how the election in Assam, the other state that is going to vote in 48 hours from now, has turned the dirtiest one yet, and it includes plenty of name calling, back and forth, finger pointing, a supposedly fake passport, and the police landing up at the door of Congress leader Pawan Khera. Why that has happened and where does it go from here? All of that and much more on the buck stops here. But first, let's talk about Kerala and a wonderful change of heart that politicians in the state have had. You know, when we talk about politicians, they are nothing if not flexible. 2018, we had seen a whole host of politicians from the left, including Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, plenty of them from the Congress, who were very, very concerned about the right of women of all ages, women who were even the menstruating age, their right to enter the Sabarimala shrine in Kerala. It became like a whole feminist movement. Everyone piped up and said, yes, women should be allowed inside Sabarimala. Cut to now, when a 9-judge bench of the Supreme Court has begun hearing petitions seeking a review of that 2018 verdict of the top court, which had paved the way for women of all groups, of all ages to enter the temple. At that time, when the verdict was delivered by the 5-judge bench, where there was one dissenting voice, the left government in Kerala and the Congress party had not only welcomed the verdict as a great feminist step forward. In fact, Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan even said that the left supports the removal of untouchability and discrimination in society, and especially when it is about women. In fact, not only did he support the entry of all women, policewomen in plain clothes were even provided as cover to activists who then forced their way inside the shrine despite several protests by Hindu groups. Cut to 2026. Now that elections are around the corner, the same Vijayan government has made a dramatic U-turn, along with the Congress. Leaders of the Congress are all now in lockstep with the left and are saying, look, maybe we should respect all religions. Maybe people should have the right to decide what is a time-tested practice. And if women are needed to be kept outside because of certain beliefs, then we stand with that right as well. The state of Kerala, in fact, is now standing with those who are seeking a review of the 2018 verdict. The LDF government, in submission to the top court, has said that freedom of religion under Article 25 is not absolute and that essentiality of a religious practice cannot be adjudicated based on reason or sentiments. The centre also made a submission in the top court maintaining that religious faith is beyond judicial review. The big question we're asking tonight is, are Hindu votes, which are very critical in Kerala at this time when there is a tight fight between the left and the Congress, are those votes behind the shift and the left, behind the shift in the left and Congress's stand on Sabarimala?
आज जो हो रहा है कि सबरीमला का सब मुद्दों पर हमने वहां पर कहा है, तो मैं यही कहूंगा, देखो मेरे दृष्टि से सब महिलाओं का हम रेस्पेक्ट करना चाहिए और जो सेंटिमेंट्स होते हैं रिलीजन के उसका भी आदर करना चाहिए.
Faith rests on belief and not on law. So those who are actually interpreting the law in the context of faith have to understand and respect the faith of the people. The LDF learned a very hard lesson when they disregarded the faith of the people and tried to enforce the judgment of the Supreme Court.
Sabarimala is a classic example of how the CPM and the Congress have tried to harm a group of people who believed in Sabarimala by trying to disrupt and alter the traditions of that temple in 2018. And when the BJP and many of the Malayalis protested against it, they were thrown into jail. Cases were filed against thousands of people, and that is how it went.
Are they growing wiser? Or the election is looming large, therefore that is the reason for change? I leave it to them. Now let the review be considered. वैसे भी एक बात समझना चाहिए, ये देश आस्थाओं का देश है. आस्थाओं का सम्मान होना चाहिए. हर आस्था को आप कानूनी परख पर नहीं जांच सकते.
All right, joining us on the show today, Tuhin Sinha, national spokesperson of the BJP, Dushyant Sridhar, Vedic scholar, Vivek Srivastav, political analyst, activist Rahul Ishwar, and political analyst Sanjay Jha. But of course, I have to start with you, Vivek Srivastav. How things change in 8 years, don't they? Suddenly, the left government is all about how we must respect religious practices, and maybe women of all ages should not be allowed inside Sabarimala. Why? Why is that? Why this change of heart?
नहीं, there is no change of heart or ideology. Ideology वही है. We are still, we stand for women empowerment. However, when we discussed it with the legal eagles and many senior lawyers of the Supreme Court, and we took an opinion as to how, this concept needs to go forward, because this is not the only case. There are many things. So we have been advised that every religion has got some rituals. In the Hindi or in the Sanskrit, you call it puja paddhati. You have a namaz, it is done in a particular way. You have some institutions which follow some particular thing. So what the interpretation of the senior lords of the Supreme Court is that the state should not interfere in the religious issues which are a personal matter. That
and
is
why
what
did
is
this divine wisdom not dawn on you 8 years ago?
No, I'm telling you. No, not that. We are very clear. So now our women fronts, whether it is NFIW, AD or whatever, they are in touch with the women across the nation, even those who feel that yes, we should be allowed. Women, if they feel this is a wrong practice, they will boycott. We are very clear. If they feel it is a wrong practice, they will boycott. They will say that this is wrong. Let the voice come from the middle of the people, and we are with them.
As a state,
we are with them.
as a government, your stand has changed 180 degrees.
Yes.
Not only did your government support the verdict, you literally allowed women, you literally took women forcibly inside the sanctum with women, police women in plain clothes giving them cover. Despite the fact that there were several religious groups at that time saying, please do not do this, we are going to ask for a review. Why?
No, see, I mean, at that time, when some women activists said, we will definitely go, then as per the constitution, we had to give them security of some way, that nothing wrong should happen, nobody should attack them, nobody should try to harm them in some way, and we did the right thing as a government should do. And that is what they stood for. But on a broader perspective, when we tried to talk on the issues to many families, many women, the legal people, they said that let the voice come from the people. If the people feel a practice is aggressive, they will automatically leave it.
It's got nothing to do about elections.
That is how it should be.
It's got nothing to do with elections and the fact that you've got the Hindu vote very important to you in Kerala. Nothing to do.
No, madam, I'll be very clear.
Yes. So just out of curiosity, Mr. Srivastava, do you think that women of menstruating age not being allowed inside Sabarimala is discriminatory to them? Yes or no? As of right now, what do you think? Is it discriminatory to them?
No, see, I'll be very clear as to what we discussed in the left circles. I'll be very honest about it. I believe times have changed. There was a time, maybe ages ago, 1,000 years ago, 500, 400, I'm coming, when this was a taboo. Today it is not. Today it is not. There are women who are working in offices, they are in the judiciary, they are in the police services, they are in the Indian army. So a lot has changed and we need to modernize.
It's not a taboo, you think they should be allowed inside the temple?
I think we need...
Yeah. You're right, it's not a taboo. So they should be allowed inside the temple.
Personally, yes, but then, well, if the Hindu priests and the Hindu activists like Rahul Ishwar feel that that is not the way it should be.
What do you feel?
Okay, then people should
I am not asking you what Rahul Ishwar feels. You tell me your own feelings.
I have told
Rahul Ishwar will tell me his feelings.
Personally, I said I'm a progressive man. I think, okay, I'll tell you what. This is what we talk to the Dalits. We say if there's a temple which says you should not be allowed, I mean, just stop going to the temple. It's not worth it.
What?
And that is what we are saying today.
Hey, you have danced all around my question. Chalo, very quickly. Rahul Ishwar, let's open this up. Rahul Ishwar.
Vivekji, just two submissions. With due respect.
Yes, this is evolution of Vivek Srivastava.
I know, I respect left even though I belong to Hindu right. When a mistake happens, even in school we are told, say sorry, apologize, we did a mistake. That's what CPM needs to do. CPM misunderstood the situation. Lakhs of women enter Sabarimala every year. I repeat, lakhs of women enter Sabarimala every year. My grandmother was the first person to be arrested from Sabarimala, followed by my mother. I was the first person to go to jail for Sabarimala. See, there is no gender discrimination in Sabarimala, but only an age regulation because of the character of the Devada or the deity. This is the whole point. But CPM misunderstood the point. CPM wanted to play progressive. Sri Pinarayi Vijayan wanted to be the next Srinarayana Guru, and he forced, using police, young women inside Sabarimala. That's the reason why Kerala erupted in protest. 12 states witnessed protest in India. 6 nations across the world witnessed protest. Because people understood it was hypocrisy from the left. So if you have made a mistake, say sorry. That's the best thing to do. Own up the mistake. Have the courage to say
it was not a mistake.
We are not believers. We don't understand.
It was not a mistake. We stand by what we did. We stand by what we did. And if something is regressive, we appeal the people to boycott.
What is regressive? So you're still saying that the belief of not allowing women of menstruating age inside Sabarimala is regressive. Is that what you're saying? That it's a regressive practice?
It is for the women to decide. There is a certain section of women organizations which approached us. They approached the government.
At that time,
and
the government said very clearly it is regressive and discriminatory. Today, you answer in a yes or no. Do you think it is regressive or discriminatory? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, it is not regressive and discriminatory, which is why I'm saying it is a 180-degree turn. And now, even though Vivek Srivastava is dancing around the entire question, let me explain to you very simply why this change of heart has happened. Now, basically, since 2018, there have been a number of elections. In 2024, in 2021, the left did well. even in that area of Patanamthitta. But cut to 2024, the BJP's vote share started increasing, and it increased at the cost of who? At the cost of the left, which basically meant that you had 45% among the Nayars voting for the NDA, and that wasn't all. You also had 32% of the Ezava community moving to the BJP. So on the one hand, you had the Muslim plus Christian vote of the UDF, of the Congress, staying constant behind them, but suddenly the left found that the Hindu vote, which was very crucial to them, started gravitating towards the BJP. And the fact of the matter is, Vivek Srivastava, that is the reason why you got jittery. You realize that you have alienated a community. Principally, I still think that women should be allowed entry, but it is the opportunism and the hypocrisy of the stand which is completely stunning. And by the way, it is not limited to the left alone. It is something that was espoused by the Congress at that time as well. You had the central leadership of the Congress saying, we welcome the judgment. We think this is a step in the direction of equality.
We would have supported the Ram Temple movement. If we had to do it, we would have supported the Ram Temple movement. We would have said, make the temple. We would have been like the BJP. There are so many things the left has done. We do not stand with Hindutva. It's very clear. It's enemy number one. Hindutva is enemy number one.
But this doesn't have to do with Hindutva. Anyway, respond.
Padmaja, it is very, Padmaja, look at the secular, I talk about the secular hypocrisy, the secular chicanery of left parties. And today, in the 5 minutes that Vivek Srivastava has struggled to explain his point, and, you know, the way he has begun sermonizing on respecting religious sentiments only gives you a live demonstration of what is secular hypocrisy and secular chicanery. You know, to take you back 8 years, of the 3 parties, it was only the BJP which took an unequivocal stand that religious sentiments and beliefs should take precedence in a matter, in the courts deciding on a matter as sensitive as this. The Congress tried to play both ways, and the left firmly supported the court judgment. Today, 8 years later, I don't know what has changed or how so much wisdom has dawned, but today I'm challenging him. If they have any moral integrity left in them, do come out and also support the 2019 Supreme Court verdict in favor of the Ram Temple, because that was also about beliefs. But again, you know, today they need votes in Kerala. They know that they
accepted it. It was through court.
The desperation with which they changed stance. Please don't barge in. The only ideology of the left party is a threefold policy based on opportunism, hypocrisy, and wokeism. And today, Vivek Srivastava has provided another live demonstration of that on your show.
Vivek Srivastava.
No. Absolutely not. We were against the victimization of the Muslims, which you have been doing. We are against your Hindu Rashtra. We are against your policy of Hindutva. We are progressive. Nothing has changed ideologically. Nothing has changed, absolutely. We are willing to be wiped out. We are willing to sit in opposition. We are willing to not have a single member parliament or MLA. We don't compromise. We are not like you. You start with Swadeshi Jagran Manch and land up with 100% FDI.
What does this have to do with Sabarimala? I don't understand what any of this has to do with Sabarimala.
We want to win on our terms and conditions.
Sanjay Jha, a similar stand was taken. In fact, in 2018, the Congress played it smart. The state leadership of the Congress, people like Shashi Tharoor, spoke in favor of the Hindu beliefs. But at the center, the Congress said this was a discriminatory practice. It has to go. Women should enter. Now suddenly there's been a change of heart there as well. Now everyone from Khargeji downwards is saying, great, you know, women should be kept out. Why? Seems awfully opportunistic.
Padmaja, here is my take on this, because I have been part of the Congress during those very, what I call as complex times, because matters of religious faith and it being conflated with constitutional jurisprudence or morality is always going to be a little nebulous or a complicated subject. But number one, I thought Vivek ought to be able to explain without any problem, because in the light of the 2018 Supreme Court judgment, exactly a couple of years later, the CPM actually had a historic return to power, which had never happened before. So, this assumption that a lot of people are making that the left had a clear stance. We all know it. Historically, the CPM has supported the entry of girls and women between the ages of 10 and 50 and supported the petitioners altogether, all the way in the courts. And actually, they got a political windfall. I would consider that. What was the reason that they won the 2021 elections, given the fact that Kerala has always been a swing state? So that's something that Vivek can answer better than I can. But here is the truth, right? The truth, Padmaja, is this, and this is the reality of our country, right? We are traditional people. There is a lot of sensitivity when it comes to religious convictions and faith, which we call as Astha, that Rahul represents. And there is at the same time the interpretation done by law when the matter becomes disputed on whatever reasons. I mean, frankly, even the Ram Janambhoomi temple issue.
I'm talking about neither. I'm talking about the politics, because this was made about the rights of women at the time and the concern for equality. But now when it is about your politics, you're like, to hell with rights, to hell with equality. Now we want to be on the side that is going to get us the votes. And that is not okay. That reeks of political opportunism, that you actually never cared for women's rights to begin with or for equality. You just want to see which side the bread is buttered.
Can I answer that very quickly? If one reads the 2018 Supreme Court verdict, it rests on two very significant parameters: the right to equality under Article 14, and I think the right to freedom of religion under Article 25. And if I'm wrong, just correct me on that. And I think if this was a verdict given by the Supreme Court, by the way, some of the judges in the 5-bench were Chief Justices of the Supreme Court later on, it goes to show that that was the application of mind of the Supreme Court, given the sensitivity of the...
Correct, Sanjay Jha. I am asking you about the political stand taken at that time. Why has that changed in the course of 8 years? That is the question I'm asking. The legality, of course, now it is before the Supreme Court. It is going to be decided there. I am asking you, why has the political stand shifted?
Well, I am very happy, Padmaja, that you actually put out the facts as they are. Let me tell you this very frankly speaking. On matters of religion, and we all know it. All of us, I think right now, if I can see on the panel, if I go by all our surnames, we are all Hindu by faith. I'm making that assumption. And at the same time, we may have a different interpretation of the way we look at secularism and the way we look at freedom of religion. So these are complicated, complex subjects. As you rightly mentioned, the state leadership had a different view. By the way, even the state leadership was divided or fractured in some sense, and the central party took a different view. These are matters which will always be evolving.
And which is why people begin to doubt that when you make it about equality, the concern is never equality. The concern is your narrow politics. And let me tell you why this is the case. And Rahul Ishwar and Tuhin Sinha will come in on this. And I will also get in Dushyant Sridhar to explain to you in detail where the facts really stand vis-a-vis the Sabarimala issue. The thing is that it comes to the vote of the left. How many seats did the left win? So if you see, there are Hindu majority seats, which are seats which have more than 50% Hindus in Kerala. You had the LDF winning in 74 of them, the UDF in 16. The point I'm trying to make is that the Hindu vote is extremely critical for the left, for the LDF in Kerala. Now, cut to 2024, when we see the Pathanamthitta Lok Sabha election results. What happened? Initially, in the assembly elections, you had the LDF doing extremely well in that area. They won all 5 seats in Pathanamthitta area. But when the Lok Sabha elections came around in 2024, you had the BJP's vote share in that area go up to 25%, and there were at least 3 assembly segments in Pathanamthitta where the BJP came a very close third. And that is why suddenly the politicians develop feet of clay. Tuhin Sinha.
Well, there is no real difference between the Congress and the left parties insofar as them letting down the sentiments of Hindus in the state. And today, both of them are rattled because they know that BJP is gaining at the expense of both of them. And this is why, both of them are trying to frantically make course corrections. Now, I just heard Sanjay, the Congress party has shown the same secular hypocrisy over the years. In 1986 on the Shah Bano case, in 2019 on the triple talaq case. But my advice to Mr. Srivastav is that he seems to be a neo-leftist. He probably does not remember a person called V. Achyutanandan who had showed a lot of clarity, a lot of honesty in 2010 when he was upfront in saying that Kerala faces a grave threat from PFI, and if PFI is not controlled, that in the next 2 or 3 decades, PFI plans to convert Kerala into a Muslim-dominated state. He should show the same honesty if left parties is to survive in Kerala, because otherwise, left parties is going to be eradicated and eliminated from the political map of India the same way Naxalism has been eliminated.
Vivek Srivastava, you have one consolidation behind the Congress. It's just that you are scared. The left, incidentally, is known as the Hindu party of Kerala, and you realize you tend to antagonize your core voter in Kerala, which is why you changed your stand.
No. No, we are not a Hindu party. We are a communist party, and communist parties do not belong to any one particular religion. We are a secular, democratic communist party, first part. The second part is you talk of V. Achyutanandan, our late Honorable Chief Minister. I support every word of what he said. We complained even when Narendra Modi came to power. Even after that, we did keep on talking to the centre about the PFI issue, and certain complaints of certain organizations were made officially. For your kind reference, Mr. Tuhin Sena, that was done by us. We do not favor any Islamic jihad. At the same time, we do not stand for Islamophobia. We do not stand for victimization of the minorities. We do not stand for your concept of Hindu Rashtra. We do not stand of the suppression of the 14.5% minorities in this nation.
Now suddenly you stand for Sabarimala. You don't stand for women, you stand for Sabarimala.
Not. We are very progressive. No. I'll be very clear with you. We are still having the same stand, but now the point is, let the women get empowered.
The same stand. When you say you decide. The review of a judgment, you have literally asked for it to be overturned.
We started the movement.
Exact opposite of what you stood for earlier, sir.
Yes, we started the movement. Yeah. We started the movement. We supported the activists. We gave them police cover. We let them go over there.
And now you kick them to the curb.
Now take over.
Kick them to the curb, saying get out.
If you feel you are not welcome to a particular place, then don't go.
You started the movement. You supported them to go inside. You took them inside, and now you shut the door in their faces, essentially.
Yes. Absolutely nobody has shut the door. We are still with them. But now what we are saying is that if a certain door doesn't want to open to you, why do you believe in such a concept?
Which is the opposite of what you said earlier.
If I am a Dalit,
we will kick
if I am a Dalit and you don't want to allow me into a temple, I will not go to your temple.
Please don't play caste card. That's anti-Hindu caste card. Don't.
If I am a Dalit and you don't welcome me in your temples, I don't need your temples. Then I'm a Dalit, so you don't want me in your temple because I'm a Dalit. So I don't need your temple.
It's the last refuge of somebody losing a debate. I do not know what this has to do. This started with women's rights, and suddenly when you found yourself unable to defend your turn,
it is the same concept.
You have decided to drag in casteism. But I want to bring in Dushyant Shidhar because there are some fundamental questions that also need to be answered at the end of it all. Dushyant ji, what do you make of the fact that finally this fight for Sabarimala has reached the Supreme Court and it's now going to be examined on the issues of rights versus religion?
Namaskaram Padmaja, and namaskaram to all the viewers of NDTV. To your very question, very quickly, yes, it is the right time to decide on this particular matter because it concerns the faith of millions of devotees of Swami Ayyappan, who's revered in India, especially in the south of India. To give the very context, Padmaja, because I'm sure the viewers of NDTV may want to know, in the larger umbrella of Sanatana Dharma, we have believed in a Devata who is called as Shasta. And this Shasta has been mentioned in a few of the texts, and he finds a lot of mentions in the local legends, and he's regarded as the guardian deity. So very many people see him as their very father and mother. That is why he's called Shasta. And Shasta is supposed to have two consorts called Purna and Pushkala. Like Vishnu, who incarnates as Matsya, Kurma, Varaha, and Nrisimha, Shasta's one of the forms is Ayyappan. In the Tamil Malayalam language, Ayya means Swami and Appan means the one who protects us, rules us. So Ayyappan is the deity who is believed to be one of the avatars of Shasta. And in this particular Mala, which is Giri, mountain called Sabarimala, it is believed that he is a celibate. So in this particular kshetram of Sabarimala, it is said that between a certain age to a certain age, the women are not allowed, which is the menstruation period when they are not allowed. The same Ayyappan has thousands of temples in other parts of the country and world over, where women across ages are allowed. Only in this place they are not allowed. And this has been made into an issue. So I am very sure that when such review petitions do come up and the court will get into the details, they will know that there is no discrimination made. And this is absolutely no discrimination based on gender or the menstruation in the woman, because the same Ayyappan temple across the world allows women. It is only in this kshetram that they are not allowed. And the Astikas, the women devotees, are extremely sensitive about it and they respect it. And I'm very sure the court will take all this into cognizance.
But you know, Dushyant, Sridhar, that basically, are you trying to suggest that the act of not allowing women inside when they are menstruating has more to do with the nature of the deity, the fact that he is celibate, and not of the women, that it's not because they are impure, it's just because the nature of the deity here is celibate? Is that the distinction?
Yeah. See, for example, Padmaja, just to give you a very, very mundane example, let's say you have 5 houses and Padmaja says, Dushyant, I would like you to come to my place. Please have food with us, but don't come to house number 1. Come to house number 2, 3, 4 or 5. It is as simple as that. Ayyappan has many temples, at least thousands of temples across the world. The main temple is Sabarimala. There he says, I am a celibate. I am a brahmachari. So women between this age to this age need not come here. Their consorts or their fathers or brothers can come. Or if they've crossed that menstruation age, they can come. And you can visit me in the other temples across the world. There are a few reasons given to it, because Sabarimala is essentially located in the midst of the thick forests of the Western Ghats. So it was not very easy, and even today it is not very easy because it's a UNESCO protected Western Ghats section. So you don't have very rich road infrastructure. People have to trek for kilometers, and women in a certain menstruation age, they are not allowed because they may face difficulties. So that is one of the reasons given. But the primary reason is the deity has said in the local legend, in the Sthala Purana, that women from this age to this age need not come here. So this is not a blanket rule for the other temples. So, you know, Padmaja, it is the same Kerala where there is a Bhagavati temple of Parvati, where women are only allowed and men are not allowed, because the deity says, for example, whenever we say Ram, we say Sri Ram or Siya Ram. He's associated with Sita. But when you go to the very famous temple of Ayodhya, you see only Rama Murti in the ground floor, Ram Lalla. So it doesn't mean he dislikes Sita in Ayodhya. He will like Sita only in the other places. In that place, he's Ram Lalla. He's a little boy. So he says, in this kshetram, I'm like that. So I think that has to do. And one more thing, Padmaja, I'm sure your viewers will appreciate. It's often said, of course, people who make a case where there is no case, they often say that Hinduism views menstruation and the concept of menstrual blood in a very derogatory way. I'm very sorry to say, in the Vedas, there is a line from the Aitareya Aranyaka, which is in the Vedas, which says, Tadyadetat striyam lohitam agnehes tadrupam tasmat tasmanna anna bibhetseta. Vedam says, never show disgust towards the menstrual blood, because that menstrual blood is like fire. The fire that you invoke in the yajna is equal to that menstrual blood. So it's so very important. So nobody uses that in a derogatory way. One. The second thing is, in the Mahabharata, in the Sabha Parva, when Draupadi was pulled to the middle of the court and she was to be humiliated amidst all the kings seated, she was menstruating. Ekavastrat vadonivi rodamana rajasvala. At that point in time, she invoked Krishna's name and Krishna blessed her. So Bhagavan doesn't discriminate based on menstruation. Hinduism especially doesn't see menstrual blood in a very derogatory way. It just says during this period, do not visit Sabarimala. That's all. So I feel that is absolutely the deity's right. And the same deity says in other places, I am giving darshan to my devotees, women of across all ages. So thousands of people visit the other Ayyappa shrines. Many of them wait for the menstruation to come, get over, which is after the menopause. And after that, they visit. So I feel there has been a huge hullabaloo and a very vicious campaign that's been made against the deity and especially the Krishna.
In fact, I'll pick on those two words, and which is what I wanted to ask Vivek Srivastava. Vicious campaign, that this was done in a well thought out manner. You know, today you are saying, Mr. Srivastava, and the government is saying, oh, let's talk to scholars. There were millions of scholars available in 2018 if you wanted to
No scholars. We don't believe in one word of what Mr. Sridhar was talking. I don't believe in one word.
Please don't do that.
Why should you? You are a far bigger scholar of everything on the planet.
Family. And I have seen hold on please. I am from an upper caste Zamindar family, and I know from childhood how discrimination happens against women, against the Dalits and the backwards. And we have used religion as a tool to suppress the lower caste and the women also.
I guess by virtue of being a woman, I do not dare contradict you, because Vivek Srivastava, your wisdom is infinite. I am sure you know more about being a woman and discrimination by virtue of being a woman than even I. But sure, Rahul Ishwar, please respond. But I really want to say...
1991, Kerala High Court, S. Mahendran versus Travancore Devasam Board, High Court goes on record to say, even when some other temples had castes problems, Sabarimala never had it. For centuries altogether, all Hindu communities were welcomed in Sabarimala without any casteism or untouchability. This is High Court finding. For centuries, even long before Mahatma Gandhi or Baba Saheb Ambedkar, we had all communities and all castes in Sabarimala. One, this is a High Court finding. Second, please understand, Sabarimala is the greatest beacon of Gandhian thought, secularism or pluralism in India. En route Sabarimala, we
asking you,
Ayyappa's best friend was a Muslim. Ayyappa's other good friend was a Christian. So en route to Sabarimala, we pray our respect at a mosque and a church and go there. So Sabarimala is the ideal space of Hindu unity where we never had caste.
And all of this could have been clarified. Like I keep saying, all of this could have been clarified at the outset. There was no intent to look for clarification. There was no intent to look for facts, because this was just too juicy, a political topic at that time. Just ram it through. You had the Supreme Court judgment. You could have asked for a review, but you rammed it through, and that is where the problem lies. Tuhin Senad and Sanjay Jha. Yes.
Padmaja, I'm absolutely appalled by the brazen duplicity which, Mr. Srivastava is repeatedly displaying on your show. He started by saying that, they are wise by experience and realize that religious sentiments need to be respected. But when Mr. Sridhar explains him the significance of those beliefs, he says he doesn't believe in it. I mean, what is this? I'm sorry to use this comparison, but it's like, a thief has got caught stealing just to avoid the punishment. He says, I promise I will never steal again, but he goes to the next house and steals again. This is what left ideology, the chicanery is what the left ideology is all about. And this is why, they have been uprooted from everywhere they were in the country, and they will be uprooted from Kerala.
Yeah, Padmaja, I want to make just one point. Let us first understand, appreciate, and recognize that the Kerala electorate and the people of Kerala in general across the board are enlightened, educated, they have a sense of the universe. And, the point that we are debating here is the political repercussion. And I want to point out again, for the benefit of the panelists and the viewers, that please do not assume that, yes, these are sensitive issues, but when people make a decision on a political party, they look at multiple, kind of facets of the offerings that the political party has to give. Like? The left was hypocritical. I don't think anybody can deny that as of now, but the left won an overwhelming mandate.
So was the Congress. The left was hypocritical, so was the Congress.
We're not understanding.
The Congress was also playing good cop, bad cop when it came to Sabarimala.
But my point here, Padmaja, is this. We are debating here as if the Sabarimala issue is the only one on which the entire Kerala...
No, nobody is suggesting that. But it is an important issue. The fact that somebody should suddenly turn 180, it is purely a political decision and purely a political consideration. I am not saying that it is the only issue. But the reason why this issue, which had led to considerable unrest, where people were genuinely hurt, that their religious belief was being brushed aside in order to get some political brownie points, now that is being respected, is purely for political reasons. That's the point that I'm trying to make. But, you know, when we come back to what is happening right now in the Supreme Court, Dushyant Sridhar, there is also the question of should courts have the right to decide what is an essential religious practice? Because that is what it all boiled down to. When the Supreme Court said we strike down this rule and that all women should be allowed to enter, should courts be able to make that decision?
It is a very, very tricky scenario because a common man with any kind of issue is allowed to approach the apex court or any court for that matter, the High Court or the Supreme Court. So that's the right that the Constitution has given us. So I don't think it says that, okay, if it pertains to a religion, you cannot go. If it pertains to another issue, you cannot go. So with respect to any issue that the common man finds is infringing upon his rights or her rights, the person can approach. But where it gets a bit tricky is, of course, you cannot expect the judiciary to become experts in Agama and Nigama in one night. So if somebody were to ask me about mining issues, I wouldn't know. I have to read upon a lot of books. So what I would say is these issues should be examined in a way where it doesn't affect the belief system of the larger community, whichever religion be it. Second, I'm sure the judiciary should seek a lot of help from the experts when such cases relating to faith comes, because across the world, a lot of the wars in the past and even in the recent past were waged based on religion. So it is very extremely important in a diverse country like India. We do not let small issues become into large ones and cause a lot of unrest. So in that scenario, the courts should deploy a larger committee of experts who are experts in that matter. So for example, the current dispensation of the Kerala, which is when the issue came out even in 2016, 17, 18 period, was the LDF government, which is still the current dispensation. It received 2 terms. And the government, the LDF government especially, says that we don't believe in Bhagavan. Even the person who is the minister from the Devaswam, recently in one of the places where the Makara Jyoti was shown in Sabarimala, when lakhs of devotees were taking darshan of the Makara Valak, the light, he turned his head the other way, saying that I don't believe in it, but he's the head of the Devaswam, managing temples. So the government is very clear in Kerala that we don't believe in the Hindu rituals and we don't believe in such practices. So I feel with such a government in the realm, if such issues come up, surely that will become a cakewalk for them to make a big imbroglio out of such issues. So in such cases, the courts should be extra careful to deploy a very, very unbiased, a very well-read set of panelists or committee members who are experts in the Agama, seek their opinion, and then vis-a-vis see what rights it infringes upon or doesn't infringe upon, and be very careful while issuing certain judgments. I'm no person, Padmaja, I'm too small a person to be telling what the courts should be doing. But ideally, this is the way ahead if we have to avoid a lot of unrest and some kind of communal repercussions in the country.
But, you know, it is funny that this could have been done right at the outset, but a change of heart has happened after all of these years. Why do you think that is?
So there were 2 things. One, while this judgment about Sabarimala of Kerala pertaining to the Hindu devotees of Kerala was given by the apex court in around that period of 2016-17, around the same time, just a month before or later, there was another issue pertaining with 2 religious groups of a church in Kerala. So that was a long-standing dispute, and the court said that the government, the state dispensation, has to intervene and solve this issue. So on one side, it was concerning Christianity of Kerala, the other side with Hinduism in Kerala. The government intelligently took upon the Hindu issue and said, for the Christian issue, we are not going to interfere. Let them solve it themselves. If they had done it the same way for the Hindus and said, let Hindus solve, let them file a review petition in the court and take it ahead, then they would have seemed unbiased. But they intelligently said, we will manage the Hindu issue. Christians will manage the Christian issue. They didn't see that there was a storm, a tsunami coming later, where the Hindu devotees of Kerala were extremely upset. So there were roadshows, because that's very unlikely of Kerala, because Kerala, yes, it does have strike and union strikes, but when it comes to religion, it has never seen such large protests. It was a huge hullabaloo where people came onto the streets and then they said, we can't take it. They saw that storm, they couldn't see that storm coming, but they were quite taken aback. Now they intelligently know that if this is the way ahead where they openly take up to their definition of secularism, which means going anti-Hindu, they will be affected for long term. So they have now intelligently said, which I feel, which I appreciate, which they say, let the courts review it and then let them see it in the light of the Hindu belief. So I welcome it, but I think this enlightenment could have come much earlier, but better late than never.
Well, I think that is summed up beautifully. And the examples you gave for everyone who is arguing that there is equal respect for all religion, the facts are before you. I'm going to have to leave it at that. Thank you very much, all gentlemen, for joining me. But a very, very important issue that has now reached the Supreme Court. We'll keep a close eye on what happens there. Now let's shift focus to the other big thing that happened today in another election-bound state. The passport war that was kicked off by the Congress party, it got downright ugly and personal today. Remember, the Congress party, Pawan Khera in particular, had alleged that Assam Chief Minister's wife, Himanta Biswa Sarma's wife, holds multiple passports and foreign assets. And today, the Assam police landed up at Khera's residence in the national capital after an FIR was lodged against him by the Chief Minister's wife, alleging forgery. The Congress leader was not at his residence, but police said they have found some incriminating documents there. The political war since then has only escalated, where the Chief Minister has said that he will teach a lesson to the Congress for targeting him without facts.
पहले आपको फॉरेन मिनिस्टर को पूछना सही था कि नहीं सही था कि ये एलिगेशन हमको मिला है, सार्वजनिक करने का पहले आप थोड़ा हेल्प कीजिए। खड़गे जी का उम्र हो गया, अभी भी पागल जैसा बात कर रहे। आप लोगों को जलील करेगा, लोगों को बेइज्जत करेगा। क्या लुका छुपी का खेल है? असम, अरे कहाँ असम पुलिस को नहीं जानते, पताल से भी उखाड़ के ले आएगा। मेरा डाउट है ये कागज राहुल गांधी दिए थे उनको, सो ये मुकदमा राहुल गांधी तक जाएगा और हमें डरवाने का कोशिश मत करो।
देखिए, पवन खेड़ा जी की प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस मैं भी सुन रहा था और वो बड़े तथ्यात्मक तरीके से बात कर रहे थे और गुवाहाटी में बैठ करके वो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे, जो कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल को दिखा रहा था। तो ये तो लोगों के सामने, सच्चाई तो लोगों के सामने आएगी। देखिए, कभी आप झूठ के ऊपर बहुत दिन पर्दा नहीं डाल सकते।
All right, so where does it go from here? Continuing with us is Tuhin Sinha and Sanjay Jha. Both. Tuhin Sinha, the Congress is saying clearly you are resorting to outright bullying now.
Well, Padmaja, insofar as Pawan Khera is concerned, number one, please understand that his desperate, the charges against Himanta Biswa Sharmaji's wife is an act of retaliation, simply because, Gaurav Gogoi, it has been proved in an SIT investigation that Gaurav Gogoi had made several shady trips to Pakistan, one of which has been accepted by him. So this, number one, is an act of retaliation. There is no concrete evidence to it. Number two, Pawan Khera has been a master of fakery on all the EVM allegations of Rahul Gandhi, which some of which had to be fact-checked by Rahul Gandhi through, correcting his tweets within a couple of hours. It was Pawan Khera who was the mastermind. Thirdly, Rahul Gandhi himself is accused of having a British passport. How? The issue stems from filings of a UK-based company, Backops Limited, where Rahul Gandhi was listed as director for a period between 2003 to 2006.
Now look, listen, they can send the Telangana police after you for making this claim. Look, see, this is what happens. Tuhin Sinha, they made a claim, you counter it. You counter it with facts. The thing is, now Tuhin Sinha has said that Rahul Gandhi has a British passport, Rahul Gandhi has 300 passports. What if they send the Karnataka police after you? What if the Telangana police knock on your door tomorrow?
Why I will tell you... No, I will tell you why the police has been sent, because he produced some fake documents, and for all you know, it could be the the police raid could unveil a bigger scam. Maybe Pawan Khera has been running a fake document scam, because Congress has made so many ludicrous, preposterous.
Basically, the Chief Minister is saying this is a hit job to demoralize him. It's a personal attack. You dragged in his wife, and now you've got to face the consequences because this is outright forgery. The law is taking its course. An FIR has been filed.
Personally, Padmaja, I want to tell you that I think Tuhin is one of the more reasonable spokespersons of the BJP. And I'm glad he didn't say that Rahul Gandhi owns the Heathrow airport, because he said passport and airport. So I think Tuhin, take a deep chill pill, man. Relax. Here is the problem, Padmaja. I think we have reached a point today in our political conversations.
Sanjay sir, I mean, vis-a-vis forgery, you can't be asking for chill pills. It's a criminal offense. The law qualifies it as a criminal offense. You can't be saying somebody gives you a fake check and you're like, take a chill pill. The law will take its course, right? And the CM is saying, well, my wife has filed an FIR. There is a case of criminal defamation. You face it.
I think, Padmaja, you missed the woods for the trees. I was basically telling that to Tuhin to take a deep breath, because he was getting carried away with Rahul Gandhi's passport and an airport. So I was just going to tell him that sometimes we get overwhelmed with their accusations. But anyway, coming down to this entire Assam, whatever I'm witnessing on television, and it's not just today, it's one of the ugliest campaigns I've ever seen. It's become vicious, it's very personal. I happen to know Gaurav Gogoi. I also know Pawan. They have been good friends of mine. The accusations made against Gaurav's family. I mean, at the moment you have the Ministry of Home Affairs under Mr. Shah, right? If the accusations are justified, if they're true, if they're legitimate, I can't believe it that if today somebody accuses one of us of having a fake passport or being a citizen of another country, it doesn't take too long to establish that. There are electronic trails, there are evidences, and this can be...
But that is what they're saying, that all of this was said on the basis of fake documents, that all of this was forged, that there are problems. Now you've got the MOS, External Affairs, saying that countries to which these passports were attributed have themselves contradicted the Congress leaders. It's an outright case of forgery that's being alleged.
Well, let me just finish my statement. Therefore, the point I'm trying to make is the accusations made against the Congress leaders. I don't know how Tuhin made a statement. I thought he was being very casual, that the SIT has already proven it. I haven't seen the SIT report. Has he? Is he privy to a report that has not been made public yet? Are there certain sections in the SIT report that the world does not know that Tuhin knows?
Perhaps,
by the way, it's said
perhaps.
Anyway, can I finish? Can I finish, Tuhin? Tuhin, let me finish.
The Congress party.
Tuhin, let me finish.
She asked me for a response.
Yes, go on, Tuhin Sinha.
She asked me for a response.
You are casually claiming that the SIT has already proven the offense.
Because... No.
On what basis did he make that statement?
I think, Sanjay had given up on Assam long back, so he has not followed the press conference where the basic investigation report, the basic investigation report of SIT was made public in February this year. That has scathing observations about the shady behavior of Gaurav Gogoi.
You're talking about the Gaurav Gogoi SIT. He's talking about the Gaurav Gogoi SIT, not the claims made by Pawan Khera.
Yeah.
No, listen. Here is the point I'm making.
Absolutely.
If there is
I don't think he hears. So anyway, I have also followed Gaurav Gogoi's interviews. In one of his interviews, he has conceded making one secret trip in 2013 to Pakistan without informing anybody in India. Why was he making these trips?
So is this tit for tat? Is this tit for tat for what Himanta Biswa Sarma said against Gaurav Gogoi?
Absolutely.
Sanjay Jha, was this tit for tat? That Himanta Biswa Sarma called him and his wife Pakistani agents. Now you came back at him saying his wife has got a passport of 2 Islamic countries. Sanjay Jha.
Well, here is the bottom line. What is the bottom line? Either Himanta is speaking the truth or Pawan Khera is, right? How will you get to know who really is authentic here? You have to investigate it. arresting Pawan Khera, that is absolutely bizarre. I mean, at this point of time, what you need is a forensic investigation. Let it be done by a neutral body. This is a political campaign. In the heat of the moment, everyone trades charges. Unfortunate, it's ugly. I don't approve of it.
Okay, it's the response, I think, Tuhin Sinha, that everyone is criticizing, that you've gone completely off the rails. The Chief Minister is saying, I will, do this to Pawan Khera. I will catch hold of Pawan Khera. Policemen land up at his house. This has just gone over the top.
Yeah, that's my basic point. Investigate it, man.
Tuhin Sinha.
Criminals, if somebody indulges in a criminal act of forgery, and that too involving the wife of a politician, the wife who's not in politics, then obviously he should face the music. But the bottom line is this: at the end of the lackluster Congress campaign in Assam, only two things stand out about this campaign. Number one, that they had to forge documents to make allegations, to manufacture allegations against the Assam CM. And number two, Kharge ji is today asking the people of Assam, obviously their limited vote bank, to identify BJP and RSS Karyakartas as poisonous snakes and kill them. This is what stands out, and that explains how frustrated and despondent they are in Assam.
I mean, I think these are outrageous and outlandish accusations against Mallikarjun Kharge. I mean, listen, guys. I mean, this is becoming very atrocious and absurd. Tuhin, you don't have to follow your BJP playbook.
No, you should have condemned Kharge's comments.
For God's sake.
No, Sanjay, you should have condemned Kharge's comments. I'm shocked you don't find anything wrong with it.
Come on. You think Mr. Kharge is going to recommend violence?
No, I'm shocked that you are supporting. I'm shocked that you are supporting Khargeji's comments. You should be condemning it. I mean, he's in the same position. He's the Congress president today. Nehru has held that position. Rajiv Gandhi has held that position. Would they make such a preposterous comment? Would they want people to, would they invoke people on the path of violence and ask them to kill BJP and RSS workers identifying themselves as poisonous snakes? What are you justifying today?
Just let me make one final statement from my side. I'm hoping that now that the election campaign is drawing to an end, that better sense will prevail. It is very toxic. Both Himanta Biswa Sharma and everybody else, even in the Congress party, they need to basically, if they have document, please do furnish it, get it investigated, let justice be done. I do agree that a better route would have been file a defamation case and let the defamation case go forward. I mean,
if you're saying that this defamation case has to move forward, the police have to do searches of a place, right? Where they say that the crime has taken place.
It looks so draconian.
Draconian. Tuhin Sinha, draconian, and in fact, now the Congress party, Ashok Gehlot, Bhupesh Baghel, Jairam Ramesh, they're all saying the fact that the Chief Minister went ahead and called Mallikarjun Kharge a madman is in itself hugely disrespectful. And that's where the entire discourse has gone now.
It's very unfortunate.
It's tragic
that we are.
Insofar as Mallika Arjun Kharge is concerned, I am very shocked and I'm very disappointed in this Congress party that not one of them has called out his comments. I mean, Rahul Gandhi, and we know that he's a dummy. He's basically echoing the sentiments of Rahul Gandhi. Number two, let me also assure Sanjay Jha that this entire case will not stop at a defamation notice. Yes, the defamation case will also go on, but if there is a criminal act of forgery which Pawan Khera has indulged in, he will be punished for that.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that because we are completely out of time. But the fact is that right now there is a criminal investigation. An FIR has been lodged. The investigation should yield answers on whether there was any forgery, one way or the other. For the time being, thank you very much, both gentlemen, for joining me, and thank you for watching.
As 5 election battlefields erupt, NDTV is bringing back the basics. India's elections in never-before light, where pure data drives the politics. Number crunching is in NDTV's DNA.
So hold your horses before you reach any sweeping conclusion.
Because elections plus data is NDTV.
The NDTV election team ready and raring to go.
The numbers came with Rahul Kaval.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig, until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Iran's key oil export hub, Kharg Island, has been hit by US and Israel. Reportedly, over 50 military targets in the island have been attacked after the strike. Iran has issued a statement saying that if the US crosses a red line, the response will go beyond the region. Israel's consulate in Istanbul has been targeted in a deadly shooting. Authorities say gunfire erupted outside the Israeli consulate in Istanbul, leaving at least 3 people dead. Security forces quickly responded, sealing off the area as investigations got underway. It's not yet clear who was behind the attack or whether the victims were civilians or officials.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest, but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's that today? How to...
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
मैं शुरुआत करूंगी
talk about anxiety.
औकात की बात युवा जो होता है
change the game because there's no game.
Young voices,
To make India
big ideas.
भारत एक युवा देश है.
A generation debating its future.
Small things in life.
Some bold takes.
भारत 2047 का इंतजार नहीं करेगा. We want to be entrepreneurs.
Live your life to your best potential to the
Some uncomfortable truths.
जिए और उसके बावजूद भी हिम्मत दिखाते हैं, हंसते हैं, गाते हैं, नाचते हैं.
NDTV Yuva, the voice of young India, coming soon.
What is the current status of Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei?
I can tell you that he's fine. I'm sure you have already heard about his message.
Haven't heard from Mojtaba Khamenei. There's some talk of him having been airlifted to Russia. There's widespread dispersion of power across Iran.
Mojtaba was generally seen as the most favored candidate by the IRGC, by the Revolutionary Guard. So what you now have is a military dictatorship with a clerical facade making all the decisions.
They are fighting an asymmetric battle. Does this, in a sense, force Israel and the United States to think about an off-ramp? The Iranian regime has been using asymmetric warfare against Israel for the last 3 decades. We have to make sure that their capability to do so diminishes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bolton, for speaking to us. We've heard of how
Good evening and welcome. You're with India Matters tonight. I'm Shiv Arur. This is a time when President Trump says something practically every day and the whole world is wondering, well, he didn't just say that. How can a president of the United States say such a thing? And every single day he actually breaks that record and reminds everyone that he is Donald Trump. But today he may have just crossed all limits, making the first ever threat to use weapons of mass destruction. Let's go to the headlines. Donald Trump issues a fresh and explosive warning, says whole civilization will die tonight, as his deadline for Iran to make a deal is now just hours away. Iran roars back after Trump's threat, says get ready for tonight. Iran army says American businesses in the Gulf region are very much on Iran's target. Reports say that America has hit 50 military targets on Iran's tiny Kharg Island in the Persian Gulf, which is Tehran's key oil export hub. This is the second attack on the island so far in this war. Iran's supreme leader Mojtaba Khamenei incapacitated, reports quoting Israeli and US intelligence claim Khamenei is unconscious and suffering from a serious medical condition after suffering injuries in the opening days of the attack. And curtains drawn on hectic political campaigning for the April 9th Kerala, Puducherry and Assam assembly polls. On the show tonight on India Matters, the whole civilization will die and will never come back. This is literally a threat that Donald Trump has made. The world is in disbelief that a man, even a man like Trump, who says pretty much anything he wants, could say something so nakedly, so openly. Many people are saying, is he threatening to commit war crimes? Also on the show tonight, has Trump been locked into the inevitability of a ground invasion in Iran if something happens to this deadline? Those are the two big stories we're tracking, but let's start with our main story tonight. Trump has just made his most apocalyptic threat to Iran yet. In his latest post, he said, a whole civilization will die tonight, never to be brought back again. Now, even if you grant space for rhetoric, for drama, for the art of the deal, Trump style, stop and think about who actually is saying this. This is the leader of the only country on earth that has ever dropped a nuclear weapon in anger. That's right, no nation has used a nuclear bomb since America bombed Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945. Not once in 81 years has any other country, including the United States, used a nuclear weapon. So when Trump now says he can end Iran in a single night, there is only one class of weapons that can actually do that: nuclear weapons. And Trump isn't kidding about what these weapons can do in Iran. Let me tell you about just 5 of these weapons of mass destruction, because they all exist. They are all primed, believe me, and many of them have been designed for Iran. First, the B-83-1 gravity bomb carried by the B-2 stealth bomber, which is active over Iran. It has a yield of 1.2 megatons, capable of flattening an entire city and its surroundings in a single drop. Then there's the W-88 warhead on the Trident submarine missile. At 475 kilotons, it's nearly 30 times the power and yield of the bomb that was dropped on Hiroshima. Then there's the W-87 on the Minuteman III intercontinental ballistic missiles at 300 kilotons. You have the W-78 also on the Minuteman III at 335 kilotons, and the W-80, the cruise missile warhead carried by the B-52 bombers that are operational over Iran, designed for precision thermonuclear strikes. Now, it may seem very cold for me to just list all of these nuclear warheads that are available with the United States, but the reason I do so is to drive home the point that what Trump is threatening to do is very, very possible. He can indeed wipe out all of Iran in a night because of those weapons I've just named. And now, 40 days into this war, Trump's words should still be read as extreme pressure tactics, because I want to be absolutely clear with you, viewer. Nobody is seeing this as a literal threat. There are pressure tactics involved because Trump wants a deal. But a man trying to force Iran to the table before crossing a point of no return is unpredictable. This is also a president who just authorized an audacious and deeply dangerous ground operation, remember, to rescue a downed F-15 pilot deep inside Iranian territory. A man who has already shown he's willing to cross lines others wouldn't dare even approach. Every serious and senior analyst in the world says the chances of America pulling the nuclear trigger are thankfully practically zero because of the repercussions. When you drop a nuclear bomb, you lose control over the result. The stakes, even for Trump, are simply too high. But when the most powerful man on the planet threatens to end a civilization permanently, there is literally no other way to interpret those words. Well, we've just had a reaction in from US Vice President J.D. Vance, who's warned that the US has the tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. Another layer to the nuclear threat issued directly by Donald Trump.
Going to happen if the Iranians are engaged in acts of economic terrorism. So they've got to know we've got tools in our toolkit that we so far haven't decided to use. The President of the United States can decide to use them, and he will decide to use them if the Iranians don't change their course of conduct.
And just to be clear, if Trump indeed wanted to carry out a threat to erase civilization, to remove Iran from the face of the earth in one single night, he could potentially do that even if he didn't want to use nuclear weapons. So let me again just list out for you the weapons of terrifying strength that America has, the America's big four non-nuclear weapons. The most powerful among them is the GBU-43. It's America's most powerful non-nuclear bomb and has been used only once before in 2017 in Afghanistan. Then there's the GBU-57. It's the bunker buster supreme. It's the heaviest bomb right now in the US military, specifically designed for Iran's underground facilities. In fact, it has been used already in this war, but not at scale. Then there's the CBU-97 sensor-fused weapon. This is a cluster munition that splits into several bomblets capable of widespread damage. There's the AGM-158 JASSM. It's a cruise missile. It's America's most advanced conventional cruise missile system, a weapon of choice for heavily defended targets. I've named just four, but there are several other weapons, known and unknown, nuclear and non-nuclear, that can all potentially carry out the terrible threat that has just been issued by the President of the United States. I want to get a perspective from someone who has served both in the military as well as in government. Brigadier General E. John Tykert, better known as Dragon, was formerly with the United States Air Force. He's been an F-22 test pilot, an F-15E combat pilot as well, and former Assistant Deputy Under Secretary of the Air Force for International Affairs, and has been a senior defense official in Iraq as well. Brigadier General, welcome to you, and thank you very much for your time. I appreciate having someone like you on a show at a very tense moment in this war, because it's going to be hours till President Trump's deadline expires, his latest deadline to Iran, and he's issued what is being interpreted, Brigadier General, as as an open threat of possibly nuclear warfare. He says, I will end this civilization and it will never come back. We understand that President Trump does use these words, but how would you see them? Brigadier General, welcome.
No, thank you so much for having me. And I really want your viewers to understand that, at least from my perspective and the perspective on this side of the Atlantic and Pacific, that these were not threats that were ever intended to imply or indicate that we are going to use nuclear weapons tonight. And I think that when the president talks about the things like civilization, in his mind, he wants to escalate the rhetoric, and he's thinking about the regime and not the Iranian people, 90 million people that have been under the thumb of a regime for 47 years. They killed 45,000 of their own in January. We promised that help would be on the way and and we would be locked and loaded. And I understand the concerns, but I really want to tamp down on the over-interpretation of what President Trump said. I do think that deadline is serious. I do think we're going to strike target sets that we haven't yet struck, but I have no belief at all that we're going to start to use nuclear weapons tonight.
But Brigadier General, when you use words like, I'm going to erase this entire civilization, how else does one interpret that? How does one see that as differentiating between the regime and the people of Iran? I understand what you're saying. There is a great deal of rhetoric happening here. But would you say that this is a very extreme form of pressure tactics before a deal is actually struck?
I would agree exactly with what you just said. I do think that this is extreme, but it's all rhetoric. Because I think you need to put this into context. And the context is that we have been on the side of the Iranian people for the last 47 years. And we have seen a regime that has two elements to their strategy. They repress internally and they threaten externally. And frankly, a big reason why we started to mass forces and now initiated this campaign some 39 days ago was to help the Iranian people. Now, we face threats of our own from Iran, but I think the impetus for all of this going back 3 months ago was the horrors that we saw at the hands of the regime in early January.
Yeah.
And so I really want your viewers to put into context this specific message with all of the other messages that have been massively in support of the Iranian people and sympathy for their plight for the last 4.5 decades.
Brigadier General, how do you see what comes next? At this point of time, right after President Trump's latest message, Iran has said that it is there are no channels of communication open and that any back channels have been stopped. It has also signaled that it is willing to escalate. It has issued its own kind of rhetoric and said, get ready for tonight. Is this a dangerous game of brinkmanship at a time when, this escalation could easily lead to a much more destructive phase of this war?
Well, my perspective in the next 8 hours is there's a lot of opportunity to see something come out of the pressure campaign that has been going on by both sides. I do want to note that I don't believe the Iranian threats to escalate to be very credible because 80 to 90% of